Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Valheim, a land full of trolls.
Not again! Not
Found a joint?
again! Why does this always happen? It's a boulder at me!
Hey,
Oh,
Spitfire,
you're
does
fighting
that
me!
sound like
Oh,
our
why'd you
problem?
bring him over here? Bacon, why? Why are you like this? Trees that try to eat you. No. What are you? What are you? What are you? What is that abomination? It is literally called an abomination. What is that? No, I take it back. Okay. Hey, troll, where are you at? I could really use you right now. Boars that try to eat you. You managed to piss off a boar and a goblin in the course of 2 minutes. Random lizards that try to eat you. Honestly, pretty much everything tries to eat you in this world.
What is that?
Don't look at me, I don't know.
Well, it has a big fucking name tag, Brian.
Yeah, it's not exactly a great time, but for whatever reason, we decided to spend 100 days in this world.
Really slow.
Don't ask me why. It was an absolute nightmare. But you know what? Here's the video, here's the proof, and if you guys have been enjoying this, please hit the like button, subscribe, do all the other things. This world was a nightmare. Please help me. And with all being said, please sit back, relax. Enjoy the video. It's a very lengthy video. Seriously, get some popcorn or something. You're going to need it. And with all being said, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the video. Alright, hopping right into day one. It was me, myself, Brian, and we started our Valheim playthrough. As all good players should start any playthrough of any game, we harassed some locals. And in no way did we pay that Brian died. Yeah, Brian in the first 2 minutes managed to punch a boar, and he immediately died. Did I mention that we're complete idiots and don't know how to play this game? Yeah, 2 minutes in and Brian's already dead, so that was nice. Anyway, moving on. Bacon managed to actually find some success. He figured out how to craft an axe, and then he taught us how to do it, and then I made myself an axe. And you thought, okay, thanks for looking up. And then went to go cut down a tree. And then the tree proceeded to murder me. 100 days, because I've been recording this whole time.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh.
Still don't know what flint is for.
Yeah, that was a good death. Yep, death 1 of the series. Death by falling tree. Off to a great start. Did I mention that we're idiots? After that, night finally fell, and Bacon went out exploring. Me and Brian kind of just held back. I explored around like the coastline area. Brian was exploring the woods. All I really found was a lizard that tried to eat me, some stones, some wood, and some flint, which at the time I had no idea what it did, but I just picked it up because, ooh, shiny rock, go shiny. And yeah, while I was doing that, Bacon found a tent-esque thing. He found some loot. I don't remember what loot he found. I think it was just like wood and a torch or something. It was pretty useless. However, it was shelter, and we definitely contemplated the idea of making this our temporary home. However, we realized that was very stupid very early because, well, it's tiny and there's just not enough room for really much anything. Anyway, midnight, I went off. Bacon said he found a nice open-ish area to build a house, possibly. So me and Brian spent the night running over there, harassing some more locals. Got some resources. We also dabbled in building a little bit here. Bacon managed to build a workbench and like 2 platforms. And when I say platform, it was literally just 2 like planks of wood. Bacon managed to make a fire, so you know that was pretty cool. Too bad we literally proceeded to immediately set ourselves on fire because we're idiots. And that's the end of day 1. Moving on to day 2. Day 2, we spent most of the daylight hours getting resources. Me and Bacon, in the meantime, we also figured out how to cook food. It literally is just a campfire and a cooking rack, and you just put it over top of it. I don't know why it took us this long to figure that out, but we finally could cook food, so that was pretty cool. Also, the campfire was very scuffed because it was floating in air. Don't know why I felt the need to include that in the script, but you know what? It's there now, so deal with it. Anyway, after that, Bacon went off to go explore. He wanted to find a nice, like a better location to build a house. We wanted it near the coastline because he figured that water would probably be useful at some point. So he went off to go find a location. Me and Brian stayed back. All we really did was get more resources. We found stone, wood. We also got some new crafting recipes, which we would eventually pursue later. But at the time being, we didn't really pay too much attention to them. So, yeah. Once Bacon did finally find a spot, it was getting dark, and we decided, well, we should probably make our way over there. So that's pretty much exactly what we did. However, along the way, I found a funny little stone thing with a funny little inscription. Didn't really know what it meant, and I also hate reading, so, you know, here's the clip of that. Waters deep and clear in the forest is overflowing with a day in adventure and glory of taking. Okay, Rune, I don't know how I feel about that, but okay. Found a rune up here. After I read the stone, I continued to march over to Bacon's location. Once I got there, we started the foundation of a house. However, we didn't really get very far before it turned to day 3. So let's talk about day 3. Day 3, me and Bacon literally spent the entire day building a house. And Brian was out doing fun stuff, like getting resources. Literally, me and Bacon spent the entire day just figuring out how the heck building worked. You didn't miss much. To be fair, we did accomplish a lot. However, there were some 4 goldfish IQ plays, especially the part where, I was building a wall, and then instead of pressing the funny little remove button, I decided, being an idiot and also being blind, I took out my axe and decided to chop the walls individually. And if you don't know, that takes about 20 times longer than just pressing the button that says remove. So, that's why the house took so long. But fortunately, by the end of day 3, we actually did get pretty far. We got a floor, we got walls, we got a roof, we got a bed. We even got some chests, actually. And we also got some light inside house so we could actually set our spawn points. And that was, like I said, literally all day and all night of day 3 was spent building this house. This footage makes it look like it was super quick, and this, description makes it sound super easy. It was not. This took way longer than it should have, mostly because of the axe debacle I mentioned earlier. So, yeah, that was how day 3 was spent. We literally just built the house, and Brian was out getting resources. That's all that happened. Moving on to day 4. Day 4, I started with some light exploration, and when I got back, Brian and Bacon, basically all they did was just flex their tools to me, because they have flint tools, and all I had was like 5 torches for some reason. I don't even know where I got the torches from. I'm assuming Brian just littered them on the floor. I don't know where I got all these torches from. But anyway, they were flexing flint tools, and I thought to myself, yeah, I probably should get myself some tools. That might come in handy. So, all right, Spitfire from the future here. So, small, tiny, insignificant problem with day 4.5 to day 5. Yeah, I don't actually have any footage. So, just like brief context. Basically, when it was day 4.5, everyone got off for the night, and then we came back on the following morning, or me and Bacon came back on the following morning. Brian couldn't make it. And turns out I forgot to press the record button for day 4.5 to day 5. So instead of giving you actual descriptive gameplay of what happened, I'm just going to show this screenshot. So here's a brief description of day 4, or the rest of day 4, I should say. The night of day 4 was spent wandering around looking for boar, and then the boar ate me, and that was the end of day 4. You think I'm embellishing this? I'm not. That is literally all that happened. So let's move on to day 5, which is no more interesting. So, yeah, future me, zoom in on that screenshot I have up on the screen of that map. Yeah, as you can see, day 5 kind of sucked. So, here's how it went. I came back to the house. I woke up on a beautiful morning of day 5. I wandered to a new forest where I hadn't been. I wanted to go hunt some boar. And then I died to a boar. Oh, then I respawned. Walked all the way back to that same spot to get my stuff. Fought a boar, died again. Then I respawned back to my base again. Went back, fought a boar, killed the same boar that had killed me twice up to this point. Then a skeleton killed me. Then I respawned back at the base. I ran back over there, got my stuff, and decided, you know what? Today sucked. We're gonna go home. So I went home, and that was the end of day 5. So you didn't actually miss all that much, thankfully. And also, I hate boars. They are the worst things ever. So moving on to day 6. Day 6. So, first things first, I'm going to address the elephant in the room. We have a new player on the server. Day 6 he entered. Well, actually, in the sake of transparency, he technically entered on day like 5.5-ish, but I was so focused on dying that I didn't really give him much thought. So, I'm going to give him a formal introduction. And he also introduced himself to me by destroying my floor and my bed. Not intentionally, mind you, but yeah, that was a bit of a mess. So I spent the entire morning helping him fix his mistakes. Or more accurately, I made him fix his mistakes because he needed to learn how to build. So that's how the morning was spent. After that whole debacle, I went outside, made a campfire, cooking rack, and I finally decided to cook some meat because, yeah, having 25 health, as I learned with my fights with the many, many boars, yeah, you need health in order to actually survive. And this was easily the best decision I've ever made, at least up till recently. This was... yeah, I should have done this way earlier. That's all I need to say. After that, I went on the hunt. I found some boar, and I got a lucky, very lucky kill on a deer. And then after that, I hunted some more boar. And thanks to all the boar hunting, I finally had enough other scraps to craft what I could finally craft a bow. However, I think I still needed some wood. And as I'm like trying to get all my materials together, it started to storm outside. So I put the whole bow crafting thing on hold, and I decided, you know what? I have nothing else to do. So basically, everyone decided to cut down trees in the storm. Don't know why that's what we went with, but that's what we went with. So after I cut down like a bajillion trees, I had like 100 wood by the end of this. I finally got around to crafting myself a bow, crafted some arrows, and I tested it in the middle of the storm. And I'm going to be honest, I was not super impressed with the bow at first. Gonna be honest, but it was a weapon. I was happy to have it. So that, and then after that, I kind of, me, human, Bacon, we all slept the rest of the night 7 off. Moving on to day 7, waking up on the dawn of day 7, me and Bacon decided, you know what? Let's go on an expedition. So before we went out, I finally crafted myself a flint spear, which, dear God, I needed this way earlier. I kind of got the feel of the spear, and then after that, me and Bacon went out to like a forest area we hadn't explored yet, and we kind of just went around murdering things. So we encountered some new mobs, basically. We encountered like a weird shaman-looking thing, and along the way, we found an actual like dungeon, like not like a tiny structure of nothingness. This was a formal dungeon. We entered because we were really, really curious. And then we saw 2 skeletons and were like, yeah, nah, fam. We immediately turned around because we realized that we don't have the time, weapons, or equipment needed to actually fight this dungeon. So we just kind of turned around and went about our business. So after that, we went deeper into the forest. We found some more mobs. We found a weird like shaman mob, which healed everything, which that thing was really, really annoying to deal with. Honestly, everything at first was pretty annoying to deal with, but we got a rhythm going eventually. It took us a little while, but we found a copper deposit. We found a lot of different things. We got some new loot that we didn't understand. And Bacon died to a skeleton because skeletons suck. So after Bacon came back, got his loot, we decided that it was getting dark, and we went back home. And we slept the rest of day 7 off just because we had so much loot. We didn't really know what else to do at the moment. So we just slept the rest of day 7 off. After we woke up on day 8, we kind of reflected on day 7 and we realized, yeah, we're going to need some more leather scraps and we're going to need more deer kills to get their hide. We desperately need equipment. So that's basically what we spent the entire day doing. I went out hunting for deer and Bacon did the exact same thing. However, the major difference is I failed miserably when it came to hunting deer. I literally spent a good 5 minutes trying to kill one deer. It was embarrassing. Meanwhile, Bacon was hitting shots like these. Bacon also found a beehive, so there was also that, which he also apparently got a queen bee and then brought it back to base and there was a beehive. I don't know what happened there. I don't really know how it works, and I don't think Bacon does either. I think he just kind of slapped it down, but we have bees now, apparently. Don't ask me why. I don't really know. When night finally fell, I decided to go back out hunting, and this time around I actually found some success. I managed to kill 3 deer, and I managed to kill 4 boars. And day 9 just kind of appeared, so we're going to hop right into day 9. Day 9 started literally as I was, punching a boar. Well, not punching a boar, but you know what I mean. I was fighting a boar at the start of day 9. After I finished my boar hunting session, I went home and I actually made myself pants. Yeah, this whole time I had no gear. None. Zero. For whatever reason, I just decided that, gear was stupid and I just didn't make it. I don't know why it took me so long to make gear, okay? Anyway, after I figured that, after I eventually crafted myself pants, I also tried to figure out how to upgrade tools, which failed, by the way. I still didn't really know how it worked, because there was this funny little star next to the crafting recipe, which I didn't know what it meant. I don't know if it meant skill level, I don't know if it meant something else. I just had no clue. However, I did manage to figure out how to repair tools, which was an absolute lifesaver, because I was genuinely contemplating making some new tools again. But no, repairing it is super easy, so I just did that the whole time. I went back out hunting, again, because I realized I wanted some better gear, particularly some leather gear, which you can only get by killing deer. So I spent the vast majority of the day hunting deer. I managed to kill, by the end of the day, I managed to kill 5 deer and around 8 or so boar. Meanwhile, Bacon was out exploring, and he managed to find not 1, but 2 dungeons. I don't know how he managed to do it, he literally just stumbled upon 2 dungeons. He also stumbled upon an altar area, which we had suspicions spawned a boss, but we didn't really know for certain, but who am I kidding? We knew. It was pretty obvious. We were experienced gamers. We know what a boss altar looks like, okay? Apparently it was some deer boss. I mean, that's what we guessed because we needed deer trophies to spawn it, and the rock literally said to slay its kin, so pretty good guess that we accidentally stumbled upon a boss spawner. So While Bacon was doing that, I managed to finally finish up all my hunting. I went back to base, and Bacon also found a second beehive. I don't know where he even got the second beehive from. He literally just placed it there, and yeah, I don't really know why he got a second one. Look, all you need to know is there's a second beehive now, and that was the end of day 9. Day 10, me and Bacon decided that it was about time we pooled our resources, and we decided to make a tanning rack. We didn't really have any main reason behind why we wanted to make one, but we saw the fact that it was expensive, and we figured if it's expensive, it's probably important, so that's exactly what we did. We had to finagle around with the placement a little bit, but after me and Bacon pooled the resources, and we found a spot to actually put it, we placed it, and it took us a little bit to figure out what it actually did. However, when we went to the crafting table, we realized that not only was there new recipes, I figured out that's how you upgrade your tools. That funny little star next to the thing obviously meant like crafting station level, and the tanning rack up to level 2. And I saw that you could upgrade your bow. I also saw you could make fire arrows. So I spent the majority of the day trying to get the resources needed to upgrade my bow and also get some fire arrows. After I saw this, I immediately went outside, went hunting to go find what I needed. And after a while, I did manage to find everything I needed. Basically, after I wouldn't even call it a hard day's work. It was actually pretty easy to make. I literally needed to kill one deer and like a boar. It was quite simple actually. So after I got everything back, I managed to upgrade my bow, and I also crafted some fire arrows. And I decided that, you know what? I think it's long past time I tested it out. So I tested it out, and I flexed on Bacon, and I'm going to be honest, I was very impressed with the bow. Yeah. And it can shoot fire! Woo! Oh my god, that looks, oh my god, that is an up, what do you mean the upgrade doesn't do anything? It looked very, very impressive. It shot farther, it did more damage, and it also set things on fire. So, I was quite pleased. And after that, I mean, basically at that point, there was nothing left for me to do in the day, so me and Bacon just kind of spent the rest of the night screwing around. Waking up at the start of day 11, the first thing I did on day 11 was I immediately decided that I wanted to upgrade my gear, because rag equipment, or no equipment at all in some areas, you know, I decided I probably should bother to build something. So, I built myself a chest piece, a helmet, and I built myself some rag leggings. Yeah, I wasn't able to upgrade those. Those are still just rags. Not great. After I upgraded all my tools, I realized that I also really wanted to upgrade my axe, because I really wanted to start building some stuff. However, I just didn't have anything to build with. So I figured I'd get some wood, but I also didn't want to use the old stone axe because that thing was really slow. So I wanted to make a flint axe, and then I realized I had no flint. So I went with Bacon on a little expedition to go find some flint. And while I was out there looking for flint, Bacon showed me around the 2 dungeons that he found. We also, he showed me around the altar, so I saw this, in person. And I was able to test my bow on an enemy that didn't get one shot, and I wasn't super impressed with it. Bacon was a little more optimistic about it, but 4-shot kill for a skeleton, especially when you're in close quarters, that's pretty terrible. So I was a little less enthusiastic about the bow up to this point, but I mean, you know, at least it's an upgrade, and it was great for hunting. After that, after we explored the dungeon a little bit, I got some more flint, and then I headed home for the day, and I managed to craft myself that new axe, and after that, we called it a night and just slept the rest of the night off. Waking up on day 12, me, myself, Bacon, Brian, we all spawned in the same house, because for once, we were all actually able to get on the server at the same time, and then we spawned into our house, and we all kind of immediately realized, hey, wait a minute, this house is tiny, and there's 4 of us, and there's 3 beds, so we all kind of toyed with the idea of, hey, maybe we should build a bigger base. And then we kind of settled on the idea of, you know, screw you guys. We're going to all build our own bases. So that's basically exactly what everyone did. And the remaining of day 12 was, I mean, all I did day 12 was just cut trees. That's literally it. I cut down trees. I did manage to build a tiny floor foundation, however, because I found a nice building spot. And I figured, you know what? I kind of want a nice lake house design. Maybe have some support beams. And maybe I go for not a pyramid-esque design, maybe a pyramid roof on the lake. I don't know. I didn't really know what I was going for there, but it was an idea I had, and I certainly tried to make it work. As you'll see later on, we ran into some difficulties, let's just say. But by the end of the day, I did manage to get the foundation of the lake house, and I did manage to get up some walls, and I started to get to work on the roof. Day 13, I still continued to work on the house. However, this was the kind of the time where I realized that there were a few major flaws with the house. First of all, it's on water. Water in this game is an absolute pain to build on because every time it hits high tide, your hammer deselects, and then you have to wait for the water to lower, then you build. And it's basically just a race against time every time you want to build, so you have no time to think, and you just kind of place things at random. Second major problem, I didn't like how it looked. It just didn't look good. I mean, it looked like a box on the water. It did not give me the vibe I wanted to go for at all. I also wasn't a huge fan of the support beams either. They were too thin. They just didn't look good. Not to mention the fact that gravity was a constant problem with this house because it was built over water, and every time something like broke, the entire house would collapse. So the last thing I wanted was some angry fish to bite my pillar and then everything comes crashing down. That would have been really tragic. So I just kind of decided like later that night when I had the basic like layout of the house, but I just kind of scrapped it all because I knew it just wasn't going to go anywhere. I figured I'd convert the area into a dock later on because it was a nice area. It was nice and open. I figured, well, I have a platform there, so I might as well turn it into a dock at some point. So in the future, that's probably where I'm going to put my raft, but the house just needed to go. Although I will admit it was pretty satisfying to watch it break. Later that night, I actually managed to start on a new house. So what I did was I had an idea in mind. I kind of wanted like a rectangle or almost like an L-shaped house, like a rectangle L-shape. So it'd be like one main hall, like almost like just basically just a rectangle. And then there's a tiny room off to the side where a bedroom would be. It was a simple design, but honestly, I liked it. I don't really know. It wasn't really complex or anything, and I figured it was something I could actually do. So I started out trying to level up the ground. However, more problems emerged because yeah, you can't till rocks, and yeah, rocks suck. So I spent the rest of the night trying to get like the leveling right because I did not want the house to just have grass like clipping through like our old house. So I really wanted this to look clean, and having a rock just stick in the middle of the house just I wouldn't have it. So I spent the whole like the rest of the night trying to figure out how to work around that with very very minimal success, might I add. On day 14, I still continued to work on the house. I was pretty much at the same point I was at the end of day 13. I did manage to work around the rock. I just kind of elevated the house up just a little bit to the point where like nothing would be clipping through. So we figured out that problem at the very least. And I had the design in my head. Like I knew what I wanted the house to look like. It was just trying to work with the god-awful landscape that I decided to build in. Seriously, there were so many like bumps and rocks, and there was also a tree that clipped through my house that I couldn't break, which was really annoying. There was also a tree just on the shoreline that was like a fidget spinner. So every time I tried touching this thing, it just moved. It was really, really obnoxious, and I couldn't get rid of it because my axe was too weak. So I was basically just fighting nature for the vast majority of this build because it just kept getting in my way. Whether it was a rock or a tree or just the landscape and the grass clipping through, I was just having constant problems with the landscape because it just was not cooperating in the slightest. Despite all the landscaping challenges, by the end of the night, I actually did have a pretty good start to the house, but something I probably should mention. I died to a tree while cutting down wood. Honestly, I don't remember this death because this is all recorded at like 2 a.m. I just remember it was stupid, or at least at the time I thought it was stupid. Like, I mean, really, really dumb, because I've done this whole dying to tree shtick before. It's not a great experience, so here's the clip of that happening. After I died to the tree, the day basically ended. Got my stuff, came back on day 15, and I finally started to actually build up the house like I wanted. I got the walls in. I also decided on top of the walls, I'd put half walls. Not really sure why I did this. However, at the end of it, I kind of liked how the roof didn't feel too high up. Like, it didn't feel like comically huge. So I kind of liked the half wall. So I basically built a regular wall, half wall on top of it, and then I built the roof on top of said half wall. And that's basically what I spent the entirety of day 15 doing. The entire day was just chopping wood, getting rock, building wall, building roof. That was literally the entirety of day 15. Nothing really interesting happened. After the tragedy that was kind of day 15, day 16 I came into it with a relatively demeaned attitude. I wasn't exactly thrilled about this. I just wanted this house to be done already. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to get the house up. I just wanted to get my stuff, and I wanted to go shoot something. So basically, that's what I spent the entirety of day 16 doing. The entirety of like all the daylight hours we spent finishing up the walls, the roof. and all that stuff. And I finally had the shell of the house complete. However, one tiny problem was when the house was done, it had this really like ugly green color to it, which I suspected was when it rains, the wood like gets mossy, and I did not like that look at all. So I spent the entire night individually cleaning up the planks from mossy green to, actual wooden planks. Yeah, this was really annoying. Why is this a thing? Why can't you just have it where it's like a hammer option where you can just like, paint the thing brown or reset? No, I literally had to tear out the floor just to make this look good. I was not particularly thrilled in the slightest. I got the so I literally this was maybe half done by the end of the day. I wasn't even close. I got a good chunk of the floor, but I hadn't even started on the walls yet, and it was just this was a disaster all the way through. Day 17, I finally managed to finish this stupid house. I got rid of all that stupid mossy green wood. It took me most of the day doing it, but I did manage to get rid of it, and the house was actually clean. Dear God, this project took way longer than it should have. Why did I spend 4 days building a house that it was literally just a rectangle with some slight there was just some steps and a rectangle and a little room. Why did this take me 4 days? Oh man, I lose brain cells just thinking about my past actions. Anyway, after my house was done, Brian actually ended up touring it, and the genuine surprise in his voice, I don't know what it was, but I think he expected my house to be absolutely garbage. I don't know why. He's I'll let the clip speak for itself, but there was just a genuine surprise in his voice when he saw my house. Just watch the clip for yourself.
This is actually really
No,
nice.
you're just too weak.
Very spacious inside. Huh. Actually like this.
You sound surprised that you enjoy it.
I was expecting worse, honestly. But this is actually really nicely
See,
designed.
there's a benefit to having low standards because you're never disappointed.
After Brian was done, judging my house, I went over to their bases and judged their bases. Bacon's house was basically just a barn. He didn't like to admit it, but it really did look like a barn. Alright, let's see here. Here's Bacon's barn. Slash warehouse. Hey, don't tell me it looks like a barn, bro. You can't deny
It's
it.
the fun house.
Okay, let's see. Very, very spacious.
Bacon's fun house.
Workbench in the middle.
I just saw a deer flywheel like a bird. Anyway,
Good places for expansion, so you can easily put crafting upgrades down here, more chest spots. Brian's house was a box within a box. It literally was. I think it was just like a not like a 2x2. It was like a 4x4 tower with wooden spike walls around it. I do appreciate that as a second floor though. This is nice. I like the campfire under the stairs. That may or may not be a fire hazard, but it looks cool.
Hazards don't exist.
Nice
For
long
me,
staircase. A lot of chests.
no offense, bud, but you're
Hall of chests.
a hazard.
And okay.
Probably.
Honestly, Brian, this could be your apartment right here. A bunch of stuff crammed into a small room with your bed in the corner. I see it.
That's
I can no
basically
longer see the
my
map because of all the
IRL
white death
apartment.
markers.
Okay, that's Brian's house. Very box-like. You know what? It's not. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Human's house was confusing, to put it mildly. I feel like if Human's gonna have a real problem with trying to get his resources, because for whatever reason he decided to make a storage room elevated up on like a little tower, and then his crafting bench was on the first level. Yeah, his house design was kind of strange, let's just say. It was secure, and it looked kind of cool, but it was unconventional, let's say.
Up here will be my storage. Real men keep all of their items on them.
Okay.
And if you come over here, this will eventually be the skyscraper, although it's very finicky.
I mean, hey, it's a good start, so it's nice view. We also spent the rest of day 17, after we were kind of toured our houses, we kind of schemed for a little bit. We wanted to we thought about raiding that dungeon we found earlier. I want to say it was day 12 or so, day 11, 12. We found dungeon. We actually found 2 dungeons right next to each other, and me and Bacon really wanted to go raid it. These Human and Brian hadn't seen the dungeon yet, but we figured we could probably take it because we all had equipment. We all were somewhat competent. I put air quotes around somewhat because this is the same guy who's died in a tree twice so far this playthrough. But regardless, we were somewhat competent. While we were talking about this, a weird event happened. We thought it was a boss. It was like a red exclamation mark over, I want to say it was Bacon's house. And apparently he was getting raided by something. I literally panicked, put on my gear, ran over there, and then it was over. Like, nothing happened. We all basically just panicked for no reason. It was, according to the Crow, it was a raid, and he basically just said, oh yeah, every once in a while mobs will just eat your house. Which would have been great to know earlier. But the raid wasn't even, by the time I got there, everything was gone. So we thought the raid either glitched or it was like just a single animal that counted as a raid. We didn't really know what happened there, to be honest. So that was the end of day 17. Day 18, we finally began our track to the dungeon, and we took a lot longer getting there than I would have liked. First of all, the morning was spent just we were screwing around. Who am I kidding? We were 100% just screwing each other over. Brian didn't have any equipment. Human was horribly underprepared, partially because he didn't realize that eating food increased your health, which that fact would come back to bite him like 8 times before he figured out his mistake. Apparently he didn't know, even though I'm pretty sure we told him like 8 times that we eat food to get health, but he just didn't get the memo. Brian figured it out. Human didn't. I don't know why. This was not going to plan. We literally spent the entire day 18 just getting there because Human died like 3 times trying to get over there, and me, Bacon, and Brian just kind of like sat there waiting for him. Finally, after Human decided to not die, we actually entered the dungeon like we were supposed to. And we ran like the dungeon. It was a pretty easy dungeon, at least I'm pretty sure it was. It was just some basic skeletons, and after some hard fought fighting, and when I say fighting, I mean we figured out that there's a way to cheese the dungeons. You literally just sit on the stone platform and they can't get to you. Yeah, I'm sure this is exactly how the developers intended the game to be played. Even with this, Human managed to die because of course he did. He did get one tapped by skeletons, so I suppose that's fair enough, I guess. And we spent a majority of the time just waiting for him. And then he died on the way back trying to get there. Then his game crashed. So we spent like 15 to 20 minutes just sitting in the dungeon, just trying to wait for Human, because we didn't want to do anything without him. But after a while, he just kept dying, and we're like, okay, we're just going to finish up this dungeon. So we did. After clearing out some skeletons, like going through some rooms, we managed to find a few unique items. We found some rubies. We found some gold. We found what was like a red tesseract looking thing. It was like a steam core, not a steam core. This isn't Frostpunk. It was like a red cube thing. We figured out later that it was going to be used to make like a furnace, which we figured would obviously be used for greater tools. Unfortunately, however, we only found 2 of them in that dungeon, and we need 5 to really do anything with it. We didn't really know this at the time, but we also found some other goodies. I think it was just like some rubies, some like pearls, just a lot of stuff we didn't really know what to do with. We knew it was valuable because we'd never seen it before, but overall we didn't really do much with it. We just kind of sat there, like, ooh, shiny, and we picked it up, and we didn't really know what it did. Apart from obviously like the furnace core, which that we knew what it was, and we actually tried using it, just failed. Moving on to day 19. Day 19 actually kind of came in right as we were still in like the first dungeon. Because like I said, we'd spent so much time just getting over there. By the time we were even in the dungeon, it was already dark. So we spent literally all night in the dungeon. We came out on day 19. And we wanted to go to the next dungeon. So me, Bacon, and Brian, we kind of poked our heads in. We explored it a little bit, and we managed to make some progress, but we definitely noticed that the mobs here were a little tougher than the first dungeon we had raided. It also had multiple levels to it, which was another sign that this was a higher level dungeon. And we kind of got smoked. I mean, it was going pretty well at first, but eventually we just got overwhelmed by the sheer number of mobs. And Bacon actually ended up dying. And Brian got pretty close. I got pretty close to dying as well. On top of all that, our equipment was really, really damaged. So we figured we just weren't going to try and take it because this was just not going to end well. So me and Brian we cut our losses. We backed out. After which, we went outside the dungeon. We kind of waited around. I'm going to be honest, all I did was take notes. Bacon was running all the way back from base, which was, like, I want to say a good, 5-minute run. So we were waiting on him, and we were debating whether we wanted to go back in or not, because we didn't really want to risk it, and our inventories were already full anyway, so we just kind of decided to say screw the dungeon for the time being, and we kind of explored around a little bit, and Brian discovered a giant, like an actual giant mob. I followed Brian, and I saw it from my own two eyes, and we figured, maybe we shouldn't anger the giant, so we just kind of casually walked away. Bacon got back. Bacon got his stuff, and then he died to a mob again. So after that, it was kind of set in stone. We're not doing a dungeon. If we can't even handle the mobs outside of the dungeon, we probably shouldn't be in the dungeon. So we just decided after that, yeah, we're going to go home. We're going to kind of just get everything in order. So that's pretty much exactly what we did. We basically spent the entirety of day 19 getting home. And when we did get home, we kind of reorganized our stuff. I was able to stock my house with some more chests because I realized that we really were going to need it. So everyone spent the rest of day 19 just kind of going home, organizing, recuperating, and just trying to figure out what it is we got. This is around the time we figured out what the smelting core did, which was pretty much exactly what we thought. We just built the furnace with it. Problem is we need 5, and our dungeon raid we had 2. So let's just say if we were going to do this again, we were definitely going to need better equipment and better tactics, let's just say. So that was how we spent the rest of day 19. Hello, Spitfire from the future here. One thing, I need to jump in here. Something I should probably tell you guys, beforehand. Yeah, day 20 through 24, let's just say all my original footage OBS decided to gobble up for breakfast. So I don't actually have any footage for day 20 to 24. So I had to improvise a little bit with the editing here. All the footage you're going to see for the next 4 days is not going to be the original footage. I kind of had to improvise a little bit here. All the clips you're going to see are pretty relevant. However, the timing might be a little off, and some of the clips might not make perfect sense with the timeline. So I just wanted, for the sake of transparency, you guys completely deserve to know that. So everything you're able to see day 20 through 24, not the original footage. Like I said, OBS completely deleted the original footage. A lot of good footage was gone. However, I think I do a pretty good job with the editing and the voiceover here, so I think we should be fine. So if you do notice, however, that the timing is a little off or the days don't seem to mesh right, don't worry, it's just going to be day through 20 to 24, and even still, I think I did a pretty good job with explaining it. So anyway, let's get back to the video. Okay, so let's start with day 20 in the summary, and once again, before I get into this, these summaries are going to be pretty brief because obviously I don't have a lot of footage to work with here, so we're just going to kind of send it. So let's start with day 20. Day 20, probably the most chill out of all the days. All you missed on day 20 was I hunted some deer, I hunted some boar, and I plied the coastline getting flint. While I was getting flint, I found a deer boss spawner, and in the future we would eventually use said spawner to spawn the deer boss. However, at the time we didn't really know that. So after all this, I went home and I kind of organized all my inventory, and this kind of bleeds right into day 21. So started day 21, first thing I did, I immediately upgraded my bow. That was the first thing I did. My bow was officially now level 3. It had fire arrows. It was glorious. This is also around the time where me, Human, and Bacon kind of came to a revelation. So our crafting benches were all level 1, 2. However, the problem was we didn't want to all build our own infrastructure just so we could craft new equipment. So we figured we'd make a community center where we would put our workbenches and like our high-level workbenches, and we'd also eventually put our furnace here, which you basically all you have to do is get a furnace. You have to find those like 5 weird tesseract things, and then you put 20 stone, and then you make yourself a furnace. We didn't have a furnace yet, but we figured when we did get one, this is where we were going to put it. So moving on to day 22. Day 22, this was actually about around the time me, Human, and Bacon, we actually went to a dungeon, and we cleared it out, and by the end of it, we ended up getting 3 cores, so we had enough to officially build a furnace. And as for the dungeon raid itself, it was actually pretty easy. It was nothing that special. All we really did was, I mean, think about what we did with the first dungeon. We sat on a legend and shot him with arrows. It really was not anything too special, like, at all. Trust me, you didn't miss too much in that department. But we basically spent the vast majority of the day getting the resources we needed. And by the time we got home, we were eventually able to put the furnace together. However, as we were getting the furnace together, day 23 hit. After day 23 hit, we finally managed to put down the furnace. We figured out a spot where we wanted it. And we quickly realized that the furnace had absolutely no use because we couldn't mine any ore. And Bacon figured out, I don't know how he figured it out. I think he Googled it or something. essentially what we needed to do is we needed to kill the deer boss, because he dropped the pickaxe that we needed to mine copper ore, and then we put said copper ore into furnace. Simple as that, really. So basically, we just said, okay, let's go kill the deer boss. So that's exactly what we did. We went out there, we spawned him in, and honestly, the fight was actually pretty easy. We should have done this a lot earlier. I think we did it backwards. I think we were supposed to fight the deer boss before getting the smeltery, because the deer boss was like a 5-minute, not even a 5-minute fight. It was dead in like 3 minutes. We just shot it with arrows until it fell over dead. All you really missed was some of the funny reactions we had. But let's just say we almost had a seizure when that thing first spawned in. So, yeah, you didn't miss too much in that department. The fight was, like I said, the fight was really easy. So, after that, the deer boss ended up dropping his bones, and we used the bones to make a pickaxe. On top of that, a crow told us that, hey, maybe you should go to spawn. Good things happen. So we went to spawn, we put his trophy on one of the stones, and he ended up giving us some sort of power. We didn't really know what it did. The only thing we really noticed was our stamina went back up faster, and there was a little icon in the corner of the screen, which we didn't know what it did. And even to this day, we still don't, like up until day 25, we still didn't know what it did. We just saw that it was there and was like, okay, that's cool, I guess. After that, we went home and we managed to craft ourselves some pickaxes, and me and Bacon kind of entered an arms race for copper. And right in the middle of said arms race, something really funny happened. So I was crafting a pickaxe. I think Bacon was coming back from a mining trip. And out of nowhere, a troll bursts through the trees and just starts whacking him like crazy. Bacon is freaking out. I eat some food. I get my bow. I go over there as fast as possible. Bacon's just like run away. I wish I had the footage, because the reaction was just him screaming incoherently. And he was like, "Oh, our homes are all gonna get destroyed!" Da, 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 da. And then I just went there and I just screamed, "Just shoot it!" And then after a prolonged fight, we ended up killing it eventually with our bows and arrows. Human ended up dying along the way, because of course he dies to everything. But I'm going to be honest, I think the fight with the troll was actually significantly harder than the deer, if I'm being totally honest. So, that happened. After we killed the troll, we realized it actually ended up dropping hide. And the troll hide was essentially used for, well, armor, basically. And not just any armor. This armor that we were able to craft with it was significantly better than anything we had. To give some perspective here, my entire leather set is 5 defense. The entire thing. A troll, like the fibers from the troll, you can make a helmet out of it, and it's 5 defense. The troll helmet has more defense than my entire leather gear set. So, naturally, Bacon stole all the leather, he stole all the troll hide and made a helmet, because, of course he did. Even though I did just as much damage, if not more, than he did, but he was on the body when it died because I shot him with an arrow and he was right next to him, so not salty about that at all. No, I'm not salty. You're salty. After our little debacle with the troll, I basically spent the entire day, up till my pickaxe broke, getting copper ore. That's basically all I ended up doing. It was pretty self-explanatory. I mean, like I said, there really was not a lot happening. It was literally just me mining copper, and I have footage of Bacon mining copper. Like I said, I did the exact same thing. It was literally just walk out there, get copper, and that was that. It was also on day 24 where we actually officially smelted our first copper ore. Now, this wasn't done by me because at the time I didn't actually have the copper ore ready, and this also was pre-troll attack. I failed to mention this, I apologize. But this was a very historical moment, so I figured I'd save it for last because it was very important to us. And like I said, I just wish I had lost the damn footage. Oh, I feel like such an idiot. I mean, I don't know why I say lost, because I didn't lose it. It basically just got deleted by the gods, essentially. But never mind, look, before I get on tired about that. Basically, all 3 of us huddled around the forge. We were kind of finagling with it. We saw how it worked, and we figured out how to craft our first ever copper bar. The first step into the industrial age, and I wasn't recording. Go me! Let's go! God, man. Oh, it's good. Very good. Good job, me. Wasn't even recording it. Anyway, turns out all you could really do with the copper bar was make a forge with it, which, I mean, we didn't have enough copper for it, so we basically just spent the entire day muttering and complaining about how little copper we had. And that is the end of day 24. All right, day 25. Day 25, a day I actually have footage for. Yes! So, day 25. I mined copper. I went home. I repaired my pickaxe. I mined copper. I went home. I repaired my pickaxe. And I mined copper. As I mentioned the part where I mined copper. Yeah, I'm going to spare you the details of day 25 because it was a day full of copper mining. That was it. All day, all night, copper. And I can't even say I got that much copper. I mostly got stone. Like I didn't get as much copper as I thought I would. Anyway, moving on to day 26. Day 26. We started out strong. Basically, all I ended up doing the entire morning was smelting copper. However, we ran out of coal, and we didn't have any food. And even if we did have food, it was raining outside. So, yeah, we couldn't make charcoal. We couldn't even start a fire. So me and Bacon decided that, you know what, we probably should get a charcoal kiln because we should have done this. Honestly, we probably should have done this a little earlier. However, the small problem with getting the charcoal kiln is, well, you need 5 cores to build it. And the only reason why we wanted it so bad is because what the charcoal kiln does is you can convert wood to coal, and it's way, way easier to find wood than it is to find meat. So, essentially, we just wanted this thing to get coal faster, basically. And this thing would definitely come in handy in the future. However, right now, we didn't have it, and we had no real means of getting it. The only way we can get like this red tesseract things, I'm just calling them red tesseracts from now on. I know that's not what they're actually called, but the only way you can get them, at least to my knowledge, is by going to dungeons. So, me and Bacon packed up, we readied ourselves for a dungeon, and we went out. We already knew where a dungeon was, so we started making our way there. However, on the way there, this happened. Sunday, I'm definitely not going to be around.
Not again! Not
Found a giant?
Oh no! Oh no!
Why does this always happen? It's a boulder at me!
What? Wait.
Hey, Spitfire,
Oh, you're by
does that
me!
sound like
Oh,
our
why did you
problem?
bring him over here? Bacon, why? Why are you like this?
Where else am I supposed to bring him?
I don't know, not by me. After we managed to kill the troll, we had to go back and craft more arrows. Yeah, we had burned so many arrows in the fight that we no longer had any more arrows to attack the dungeon with. And just to, remind you, the only way we've defeated these dungeons so far is primarily by sitting on a ledge and shooting arrows. Very little melee combat because, well, our gear up till very recently was pretty horrible. So, yeah, we had to run back, we had to get more arrows. Then, after we resupplied their base, we went back, we found the dungeon we were actually looking for. Once we got to the dungeon, we went in, and we kind of just went in guns a-blazing. This time around, unlike what we did in the first 2 dungeons, we actually went in pretty deep, and we didn't solely rely on the bow and arrow by any means. We did use melee weapons, and we weren't just sitting on the ledge this time either, because this dungeon was actually significantly harder. And the only reason why I say that is because the dungeon we had faced, so all the dungeons we fought so far, they're all 1-level dungeons, with the exception of, well, the first dungeon. We didn't get very far. Anyway, all the dungeons we had faced were pretty easy. The mobs are pretty easy. However, this one, the mobs were a little bit more stubborn. The mobs were a little tougher, and there was a second level. And there was also a bunch of new rooms we didn't recognize. There was a large open room. There was like a lot more smaller rooms off the side. So we could tell this dungeon was definitely a little bit higher level than what we were used to. However, our equipment was also leagues better than what it was before. So we managed to take care of it pretty easily, and we spent the vast majority of... Actually, no, we didn't spend the vast majority. We literally did spend the entire rest of the day at 26 in a dungeon. So, moving on to day 27. Day 27, we started day 27, we were still in the dungeon that we entered in day 26. However, right at the start of day 27, we actually got some really good fortune here. So we found 2 red tesseracts in the course of... I want to say it was like in the first 5 minutes of day 27. And instantly, with those 4 smelting cores, or I really need to establish a name for these things. Is it red tesseract or smelting core? I'm going to call it a smelting core, because that just sounds cool. I don't think that's what they're actually called, but they sound cool, so we're going to go with it. Anyway, we found 4 smelting cores, and also I found an extra 1 smelting core. Yeah, Bacon found a room of 4. I found won. So, that was pretty cool. While we were doing this, human was getting invaded. Yeah, that timing was kind of rough. However, the dungeon was mostly looted. However, there was still some stuff we wanted to get. So we decided to split up. Bacon would finish off the dungeon, and I'd go back to help human. And unlike the first invasion, which consisted of like a boar and a bird, I don't even know what the first invasion consisted of. It was just like a mob, and it was over in 5 seconds. This time, however, it was an actual formal invasion. I'm not gonna say the invasion was hard because it really was just a bunch of spam enemies, pretty much. However, it was annoying because shamans are the most infuriating mob ever. Seriously, they poison you, they heal. They're just never mind. I'm not going to go into those guys. I hate those guys. Anyway, after I dealt with the invasion, Bacon didn't do anything. He was basically, Bacon didn't really do much. Anyway, after the invasion was dealt with, Bacon came back with one extra smelting core, and Human showed me his port, which he named New China. Because of course he named it New China. What else would he call it? After Human showed me the port, and after we finished off the last of the invasion enemies, we finally were able to make a charcoal kiln. And the charcoal kiln, like I said, it was pretty easy to make. The only hard part about it was just getting the 5 smelting cores, which, honestly, the dungeon was not that bad. It took us way less time than we anticipated. We thought it would take us a day or two to get the cores needed, but no, we actually got it done pretty quick. So anyway, after this, we built a charcoal kiln. Now, the purpose of this kiln was pretty simple. The idea was you can convert wood straight to coal. And the old method was you had to kill an animal, put it over a fire, and you'd have to wait a while, and then eventually you get coal. However, the cooking things over a fire method was really, really slow, and you had to waste meat, which was really just kind of a shame. So that was like the primary reason why I wanted this charcoal kiln. And ever since we got the charcoal kiln, coal ever since was never really an issue. It's actually it was very, very nice. I'm very happy we got it. It was very good. Moving on to day 28. Day 28, I had an idea. Now, Human had shown me his, dock of New China. I figured, you know what? Seeing that we probably should go sailing eventually, seeing that there is a giant ocean right next to us, I figured, you know what? I probably should make my own dock. So that's basically what I spent the entire day doing. I got trees, I got wood. In the meantime, however, Human and Bacon were out getting tin. Human had to discover a tin deposit. I want to say it was the day before. However, Bacon didn't know where it was. Sorry, and Human had to take him there. So those two were off getting tin. I basically spent the whole day building this port, and I'd like you guys to take note of how absolutely huge this thing is. Yeah, I didn't realize how small the raft was at the time. This port was massively oversized. Let's just say you should. I didn't learn this lesson very well. All I should say is, this port didn't really work as intended. Let's just say it was a little too big for the raft. But that comes in a little later, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. While I was building the port, finally, Human and Bacon came back with tin. And they realized that if they combine it with if they combine it with copper, they can make bronze. Now, bronze is used for a lot of things. Bronze is used for armor, weapons, nails. All bronze is used for a ton of different stuff. Like I said, I heard them talking about bronze. I didn't know what it did at the time. However, I requested some wood because I was running low on wood, and I know Human had a ton of natural resources. And Human came over to my house with a cart. So I was busy building the port that wouldn't even work, while these two were out inventing the wheel. Yeah, I'm a productive member of society. Oh yeah, absolutely. Aren't you glad you're watching my perspective and not the guy, not them? Day 29, the dock was done. Or so I thought. Yeah, see, small problem, as I may or may not have foreshadowed earlier. The dock was a little bit too big, let's just say. The dock was way too high up. The boat I was building was a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a good, 2 tiles tall. No, it was like a crappy raft with 4 logs and a cloth, and I built a dock, fitting for a galleon. Let's just say it wasn't going to work. So I had to spend basically the rest of the day just reconfiguring the dock to get it to fit this boat. Which, by the way, the boat was built. I built the boat right at the start of this day. However, throughout the day, and there wasn't really much I could do about it, the boat just randomly started taking damage for some reason. We thought at first maybe it was hitting the dock and it was doing damage. But that wasn't it, because after we moved it out of port, it was still getting damaged. So I didn't know what was happening there. I was working on my dock, and it's also worth noting, Human was also helping me finish this dock because he had his own port and he had a lot of experience in this field, so I asked for his help on this. And he helped me out, and by the end of the day, the dock was adjusted. It was right where it needed to be. However, the boat sank. We still don't really know what happened to it. We just assumed that maybe a fish hit the bottom of the boat and eventually, after a while, it died. Not that that makes any sort of coherent sense, but that was the best theory we had. So, truth be told, I don't know what to tell you. The boat literally just sank on us. And that was the end of day 29. Day 30 started very peculiar when it came to most days because, well, let's just say Human had a bad case of the OCD and he saw my house and just had, like, his brain just exploded. So, literally, the Human spent the entire morning just fixing my house and making it look better. Like, for example, my dock had pillars that were connected, like, the dock had a roof overhead, and there were pillars connecting it. However, these pillars were off-center. Human corrected this. He also made the pillars just look better. He did the same thing inside my house on top of my roof. Well, not on top of my roof, but within the house. Yeah, I have the gameplay. You'll see what I mean. He basically just added little support beams that made the house look better. Basically is what he did. After this, at least my initial plan for this day was to get some nice copper because I really wanted to get some tin. I want to get tin, copper, get some bronze, upgrade my weapons. Good day. Small problem. I got invaded. Yeah, it turns out the game had another idea. And that was for me to get invaded. A lot. Yeah, I spent the vast majority of the daylight just getting invaded. In the height of the battle, I realized, hey, wait a minute, I have enough troll hide to make myself some armor. So I made myself a troll chest plate, which made the fight dramatically easier. However, it still took a while because, well, combat in this game in general just takes forever. After the invasion was finally cleared out, I went on a shorter copper trip than I would have liked. However, like I said, the invasion kind of took up a lot of my time. So just went out, mined some copper, went home, and that was the end of the day. Day 31, seeing that I was really interrupted on day 30, I wanted to go on another copper trip because I really hadn't gotten a lot of copper on the first one. So I went out. I set out. I got there in a pretty timely manner. There was no incidents, thankfully, and I just went copper mining. After about 5 minutes of copper mining, I noticed a massive problem. My pickaxe was about to break. So I thought to myself, okay, there's two options here. I either A, run all the way back to my house and repair my pickaxe, or B, I build a little shed right here, right on the copper deposit, and I repair the tool here. And I opted with option B because, well, honestly, it was easier and it was something I should have done way earlier. So after about 5 minutes, I built a little shack. It functioned, and I was able to repair my pickaxe out of the workbench, and that was that. So all problems solved. Except not. 5 minutes later, my inventory was full. I was over encumbered. I had been slowly getting rid of stuff from my inventory to the point where my inventory was literally just copper. However, copper is heavy, and I couldn't go anywhere because I had 300 pounds of copper. However, I was lucky. Turns out, I don't remember where I got this. I had 10 bronze nails. And if you can combine 10 bronze nails with some wood, you can make a cart. And you can put things on said cart. And I just so happened to be surrounded by trees and have nails. So I built a cart out of the workbench that I conveniently put right next to me. Yeah, honestly, I don't know how I got this lucky, but it was nice. Unfortunately, however, my luck quickly ran out. After I was mining the remaining of the copper deposit, I was attacked by a lot of mobs. And I died to a stupid shaman. Oh my god, why is it always the shamans, dude? Shamans are the worst mob in this game. I hate them so much. They heal, they poison, they're stupid shamans. Anyway, after I died, I thought to myself, okay, I have two options here. I either instantly run and go get my stuff, or option B, I stay back and the idea was I wanted to cook some food so I can get some health so I wouldn't just run all the way back out there and just die to another mob again on the way there. So I stayed back for a little bit before getting my stuff. I went over to a fire, I cooked some food. Small problem, I was kind of being harassed by mobs along the way. I dodged them for the most part. However, whenever I stood still for 2 seconds, I got double swiped. COD zombie style. and I died instantly. Yeah, I was pretty salty after. Yeah, I was not. That was really, really frustrating. After that, I just said, okay, screw it. We're going back to the forest. I'm getting my stuff and I'm going home. And I went to the forest. I got my stuff. I grabbed my cart. I walked all the way back to the community center. And that was that. Day 32, I returned with all the copper to the community center. And I immediately went around constructing and smelting it and turning it into bronze. However, in the meantime, I don't know. Honestly, this kind of came out of nowhere. I just out of curiosity, I just kind of took my pickaxe, mined into the ground, and I basically made a bootleg trench. I also hit groundwater. And you might be asking, why is he mentioning this? This seems very random. Oh, don't worry. This tiny little detail of me discovering that you can just mine underground with a pickaxe. Yeah, this will come back later. I promise. Is the foreshadowing subtle enough? Moving on. After discovering underground mining, me, Human, and Bacon, we were kind of debating on what we wanted our first bronze tool to be, because we finally had the material we needed to craft our first bronze tool. So we were debating between armor, weapons, tools, and eventually we settled down on the bronze axe. Now, honestly, the only real motivation for us making the bronze axe was, you know those white trees, particularly the one inside my house? Yeah, we hate those because we can't get rid of them and they clip through blocks, and they were very, very annoying. So we decided to make a bronze axe. Turns out, when you use that bronze axe to chop down those annoying trees, something very interesting happens, let's just say. So, I'm not going to talk anymore. I'm going to let the clip about the show speak for itself. So, enjoy. Can we cut down the godforsaken birch trees?
I added fine wood. We got fine wood and so much new stuff.
Fine wood.
Wait, I can make a portal. What the fuck is a portal?
Are you speaking French, or
Bacon
are you
unlocked the ability to make a portal.
Wait, hold on, let me tell you. Okay, let's go through this. I can make an adzin. I can make anvils. I can make a forge cooler. I can make a smelter. Blah blah stuff. I can make a beehive. I can make a fermenter. We can make booze. Yes. Okay, for furniture, we can make a stool, a chair, a bench, a table.
Please start a bar or brewery.
I'm not gonna stop
an item stand.
After Bacon discovered teleportation, yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Out of all the things that I thought that Axe would bring, I did not think teleportation was gonna be one of them. Look, never mind. Moving on. After that, basically, we kind of spent the rest of the night just figuring out what kind of can of worms we just opened, and we basically just talked about what the heck we were going to do next. And the answer, we had no idea. Oh, I also did some light smelting for the rest of the night too. Day 33. Day 33 was actually pretty chill. We didn't do too much on day 33, but it was impactful nonetheless. Started out day 33 by building a cartography table. Now, what this did was essentially it allowed us to, you know how everyone has their own separate map with their own separate information? What the cartography table did is it allowed us to, print our findings on the map, and then when someone went over to the map and they pressed X on it, they could see what they see. So essentially, we are all working with the same map thanks to the cartography table, where before, we each had our own separate maps based upon how much area we explored. However, with this, we knew everything that everyone else knew. If that description was terrible, I hope the gameplay did a better job. Second major thing that happened on day 33 is I crafted myself a full bronze set. However, not everyone was thrilled with this. Let's just say this was a very costly proposal, and my resources were not the only one used in this bronze set. Most of the copper was mine, however, most of the tin was Bacon's. And Bacon was not thrilled about me using his tin to make myself a full set of armor. Meanwhile, to be fair, let's just say we argued a lot. Let's just say. Because I want the shiny armor, and it's shiny.
Fuck you. Craft each of us a piece.
Hey, you took the troll leather, okay? I want a nice thing.
Yeah, and I mined all that tin.
And I mined all the copper! Which we need double of.
Fine, we'll split it 50-50.
That's lame!
Fuck you. Share the goods, man.
You guys, don't act like you didn't get anything out of this. You got your bronze axe. I didn't get squat so far.
I got my halberd too, but
Exactly! You're
but I
not...
grinded that before. I grinded the copper and the tin for that.
No, you used some of my copper on that
Yeah, I
too.
did.
Because for the community chest, some of that was mine. Not all of it, mind you, but some of it
No, I
was.
know. I meant for the halberd. I went up there and grabbed the copper, and then human led me to the tin.
Yeah, human led you to the tin, so human helped. Like, all I'm saying is you're not quite on the moral high ground here.
Hey, neither are you, because you didn't get the tin.
Alright, let's run through this. My proposal cost 15 bronze. Yours costed 16, because it's 8 and 8, right?
What did I walk in on?
Nothing.
We're divvying something up.
Yeah, yours is 16, Bacon. Shut up. What I'm about to do is actually cheaper than what you did. I don't want to hear it.
Ah, well, fuck you, okay?
I don't
didn't
wanna-
need the axe, alright? That was a group project.
After completely ignoring Bacon, I basically showed off my shiny new armor, and that's basically all. I didn't do too much the rest of the day. I think I just did a bunch of menial tasks. Like, I think I organized some chests and did some really basic stuff. Apart from the armor, there really wasn't much that happened on day 33. So, let's move on to day 34. Day 34, we didn't really have anything planned until Bacon stumbled upon a dungeon, or at least what we thought was a dungeon. So, me, Human, and Bacon, we all spent a good chunk of the day just walking over there to the dungeon. And our idea was, okay, big dungeon, let's get some good loot, probably scary mobs. So we all went in. Turns out it's a troll cave. Honestly, that's probably worse than any other dungeon I could have thought of. We went in, we tried fighting the troll. Human died basically immediately. Bacon lasted a little longer, however, he also died to the troll. And then after I got the troll down to about, I'd say 40% health, I also ended up dying because, bronze armor only does so much when you're getting hit by a giant club. After I died, I ran all the way back, and by the time I got back, Human and Bacon had already defeated the troll, they'd already looted the chest, and turns out the chest didn't have anything all that useful. At least that's what they told me. So, after this, we walked out, and we had kind of planned for this excursion to be at least like an entire day, like full day night, because how these dungeons typically go is we get there by the mid-afternoon, we go in the dungeon, we're there basically all night, and we walk out in the morning. That's how basically every single dungeon we've ever done goes. However, the troll cave was very, very tiny, and we were done with it basically before, dusk. So, we were in the middle of nowhere, and we thought to ourselves, okay, let's explore the forest a little bit. So, basically, we all went off and did our own thing, and we explored a little bit. I walked around, and I stumbled across a spawner. Didn't know why I didn't just walk away, because that would have been a whole lot less painful than compared to what happens next. But I walk towards it, I shoot it, I kill the spawner eventually by stabbing it with a spear. However, I was a little bit tunnel visioned, and turns out while I wasn't looking, there was a giant horde of enemies behind me. And I'm like, okay, not a big deal, I'll just outrun them. Fun fact, though, that bronze armor set I built, yeah, it has a 15% speed debuff, which may not sound like a lot, but that's just enough to be too slow to outrun most forest mobs. So I was basically just running the entire night away from a giant horde of mobs, until, I kind of got, I got deeper into the forest, I got to a clearing, and just when I thought, I'm okay, we're doing okay, we're getting further away, we're getting some distance, a troll pops through the trees and starts chasing me. Turns out, I can't outrun trolls. Yeah, the troll nearly killed me. I keep running, and after I kind of get a rhythm down for, running from the troll, Human dies, and right next to Human's body, a second troll is nearby. So, not only am I being chased by 20, swarm mobs, a troll, there was also a second troll. So I'm being chased down by 2 trolls and a giant swarm of enemies. And I thought about fighting back, but then I realized, yeah, no. So I just kept running, and running, and running. And that's how I spent the entire rest of day 34, running. And you might be thinking, how did you not lose these mobs? It's like a 20-minute run. Like I said, the bronze armor makes you really slow. And I couldn't take off the armor, because if I took off the armor, I would get one-tapped by a troll. So there was really no winning in this situation. So the entirety of day 34 was just spent running. Day 35, I was still running from the giant horde of enemies. Thankfully, however, Human came in clutch. He managed to lure one of the trolls away from me, and then it was just me and the bunch of spam enemies, which I was able to basically, I wouldn't say outrun, I was able to outmaneuver them. I found a dense forest. I was able to outmaneuver them for the most part, And then eventually I was just able to outrun them entirely. And that was that. After that, we kind of settled down a little bit. And I kind of contemplated getting a little more copper, but I decided, nah, let's just kind of chill home. It turns out I actually still had some copper I needed to smelt anyway. Although, while I was smelting copper, humans showed me something rather interesting. So, Human took me over to Brian's house, and the first thing he showed me was he was building a secret base under Brian's house. So, when I taught him how to dig underground, his first thought was, let me go make a secret underground bunker right under our teammate's base. Because squatters' rights. You know, I shouldn't be surprised. After Human showed me this, he also showed me that he decided to make a giant trench that wasn't there before, and he built a bridge over the trench, which, don't get me wrong, it looked cool, but just process that for a minute. This guy built a trench himself. I want to say it wasn't like a small trench. This thing was probably like 15 feet deep. He built a 15 feet trench only just because I can't even say it. He built a 15-foot trench just so he could build a bridge over it. No other reason. There was no trench there before. The bridge had no reason to exist. He literally created a problem and then built a solution. You know what? I'm just not gonna, just don't question it, okay? If you think about it too hard, your brain's gonna hurt. After seeing that, I just basically went back to smelting the rest of the day, and I think I lost IQ points that day. So let's just talk about day 36. Day 36. Day 36 started out pretty boring and generic. All I really did, at least for the start of day 36, is I crafted up, or I smelted up, some copper and some tin. My goal was to make bronze, because the previous day I'd realized my weapon just wasn't gonna cut it. It didn't do enough damage. It was just not a good weapon overall, and it needed to be replaced, so that's what I thought about doing. And pretty early, actually, I'd say right around the morning of day 36, I finally had enough material to craft myself a new, decent weapon. Now, I had a few options here. I either could go with the mace, which no one had gotten, and we had no idea what that thing entailed. There was the halberd, which Bacon had, and I knew pretty well what that thing was capable of. There was the sword, and then there was the spear. So I didn't want a spear. I already had a spear. I've already experienced the spear experience. Yeah, try saying that 3 times fast. Anyway, I already had that. The mace was, I didn't know what I was going to do with the mace. It looked good, but at the same time, I just didn't trust it. And I really, after my shoddy investment in my bronze armor, which, to be fair, at the time I thought it was shoddy. Don't worry, that opinion's going to change real quick. I really wanted to go with the safe option, so I went with the bronze sword. Because, I mean, like I said, that's the safest option you could have. Because keep in mind, at this time, I was very disappointed in my bronze armor, in my bronze armor, because I got rocked with it. Like, I didn't really fully appreciate how strong the bronze armor was at this point. I just saw that I was getting wrecked by trolls. So, I wanted a safe weapon that would, do significant damage, even though I knew, at least at the time, I thought my bronze armor was underwhelming, so I wanted a decent weapon at least. So, went with the sword, and when I crafted my sword, I kind of had a thought, and I realized that smelting my stuff way in the community center is really, really annoying for me, like agonizingly annoying, because here's how it goes, right? If I want to smelt something, I have to run from my house, I have to run a good 30 seconds just to get over there, and then I have to smelt and yada yada yada, which may not sound super convenient, but it gets really annoying after you do it for the 20th time. So I figured, you know what? I want my own furnace. I want my own infrastructure, because then I'll be able to build and repair and craft everything I need right in my house, which would be just super convenient. So that's what I thought about doing. However, small problem with that is, first of all, I don't have the steam cores to build a furnace. And once again, I know they're not called steam cores. I just called them that because it sounds cool. Don't have enough steam cores to build a furnace or a kiln. I only had 2 of them. You need 5 for each. So that was a problem. I also lacked the space in my house, so I would need to expand my house. And then stage 3, which, I'm going to be honest, when I first conceived this plan, stage 3 was just a formality. It's like, where am I going to put it? I thought it would take 5 seconds. Spoiler alert, it did not take 5 seconds. It was very painful, as you'll see later. So, after I established that plan, the first stage of the plan was to get steam cores. And the only way to do that is by invading dungeons. So, I went out and went looking for dungeons. The first dungeon I visited was a dungeon we had been to before. We just never got to complete it because we had to back off because our gear was way too weak at the time. However, this was a new me. So I went into that dungeon. I was very cautious at first because, like I said, dungeons, especially this dungeon, kind of like destroyed us last time. I mean, there was 3 of us and we got absolutely annihilated. So I was cautious at first, and then I realized that I was not taking any damage, like at all. My bronze armor was just absorbing the hits without a trace of damage. So I got a little more brave. I went with the sword and I just started slashing, and this thing was 3-tapping these skeletons. And I was very, very impressed with this. I was not expecting the dungeon to be this easy. I thought the mobs would be annoying and challenging, and this would be a long, tedious process. No, I cut down the mobs like butter. It was It was honestly probably one of the best feelings in the world. I went in there, I just hacked and slashed everything. I went to the second level that we had almost died on the first time, and I just slashed my way through every enemy I saw. And along the way, I found 4 steam cores, so that was excellent. By the time I was done with, like, when I finished this dungeon, I think I walked out with 4 or 5 steam cores, so I could build a furnace at this point. However, I still needed a little more if I wanted to get the charcoal kiln. So I went out exploring a little bit, and I hoped to find another dungeon. While I was out exploring, though, I had a sweet, sweet piece of revenge. So I found a shaman with his, the goons, and I figured, you know what? I hate shamans with a burning passion, and this one was a higher level. So I went in, I'm like, you know what? Screw it. This is completely unnecessary. This is entirely personal. And I one-shot that stupid thing. That shaman did not know what hit him, and I was so happy when I killed that stupid thing. It was it was even a 1-tap kill, which just made it so much more satisfying. Screw you, shaman. Suck it. After I killed the shaman, I explored around a little bit, and I found another dungeon. This dungeon appeared to be the same type of dungeon that I had encountered before. However, this one we hadn't touched, so I kind of poked my head in, and this time around, I actually started taking significant damage. So I had to back out of the dungeon. I ate some food, regenerated for a little while, went back to the dungeon, took a bunch of damage, had to go out and regenerate, and when I went back out to regenerate, it turned to day 37. So, let's talk about day 37. Day 37. So, day 37, after being a little more humbled on day 36, after what I tried doing at the end of day 36, I went into this next dungeon a little bit more carefully than I did the last one, and I actually played it smart. I went in there with a bow and arrow, I sniped the, 2-star enemies that were absolutely blasting me. After they died, however, I was able to just simply walk right in and tear through basically any other enemy the game put in front of me. Any enemy that wasn't a 1 or 2-star enemy was basically just nothing to me. I could just tear right through it. Even 1-star enemies had a hard time doing any real damage. 2-star enemies, though, those guys really sucked. But anyway, I kind of explored around the dungeon. I kind of hacked and slashed everything I saw along the way. And by the end of the trip, I managed to find myself 4 more cores. So after that, I went on the dungeon because I had more than enough cores. I think I had 10 by the end of this, and that was more than enough for what I needed because I still had 2 at home. So actually I had spare cores. But anyway, after I walked all the way home, I officially began stage 2. And stage 2, as a reminder, is basically just I needed to expand my house because my house's current state just couldn't really fit furnaces. I couldn't even fit, I could barely fit my bed and chests and workbench. I needed to expand my house. So I figured I'd put, the furnace on the 2nd level because I figured I didn't want to deal with smoke and it would just look really cool. Or another idea I had floating in my head is, you know how I have that dock, right? And I had a nice elevated, I had a floor above the dock. I figured I could have, an open floor plan and have, the furnace outside on, a open-aired balcony. That was kind of my plan. As you'll see, there's some small problems with that, but we're not there yet. So, basically, I spent the rest of the day 37 with the help of Human. Human was also here. I kind of forgot to mention. Human was helping with the whole house thing. He just likes building, so, I'll take it. It was a lot of extra help. So, anyway, we basically spent the rest of day 37, I just built the house. It was really all I ended up doing. Day 38 was basically just a construction day. There was not too much that happened. A lot of day 38 was just spent figuring out what I wanted the house to look like. Because I just wasn't sure what I want. I didn't know if I wanted there was just a lot of design things I didn't really know about yet. I didn't know whether I wanted the roof to jut over the first roof. I didn't know whether I didn't want it to have a roof at all. There's just a lot of things I didn't know. So it was a bit of a struggle, but eventually by the end of day 38, we did manage to build a 2nd floor. However, while we were doing this, I made an interesting discovery inside my base. So remember how I told you Human wanted to make a secret base under Brian's house? Yeah, it turns out he tried doing the same thing to me. And the rule we established was, if you can keep a secret base in your teammate's house for 30 days, you can invoke squatter's rights. And for those of you who don't know what squatter's rights is, just Google it. But that was the rule. I found Human's secret base. Turns out he built it on day 20. It was currently day 38. So I was well within my right to destroy it because he hadn't invoked squatter's rights. And Human was mildly disappointed at this. And even then, his secret base, I would hardly even call it a secret base. It was literally like 2 tiles and a chest. It wasn't really a whole lot to work with there, so wasn't really too disappointed. I mean, I was disappointed in Human, but I wasn't upset with him, so. After that, we finished the rest of the house, and that was basically all we did on day 38. Day 39 was supposed to be an easy day. All I planned on doing on day 39 was just completing stage 3, which was essentially just placing the furnace down in my house, specifically on the 2nd floor. And I only said stage 3 as kind of a joke because it wasn't really much at all. It was literally just, or at least it was supposed to be just a matter of just placing it down. However, there's a fun thing about furnaces and charcoal kilns you need to know. And that's the fact they cannot be placed on wood. It has to be placed on the ground. I didn't know this at the time. After I tried struggling with this for like 5 minutes, I did a Google search, and I figured out the same information I just told you now. So I thought to myself, okay, so I can't place it on wood. I can only place it on like actual stone ground. And the stone ground is, I don't want to place it down there because that just wouldn't look good. So I figured, you know what? Why not bring the stone ground to me? So I got out the hoe, and I used what's called the expand feature. Basically what it does is you're able to like build up. Like I basically built a giant stone pillar, and I wanted to place the furnace at the top of said stone pillar. And the hope was I could put a little bit of like a stone patch on the wood. However, after a very long and drawn out period of struggling, yeah, this just wasn't going to work. I tried placing it on like the dock. I tried making a new area for the stone to expand up to. It just wasn't panning out in the way I expected, because when I did this, it had another unintended consequence, which was whenever I built a stone pillar, the stone would clip through my house, which just looked really ugly, and I just didn't want that, so I'm like, okay. After a while, I kind of gave up. I'm like, okay, yeah, this is not going to work. And when I say after a while, I do mean I spent the entire day trying to figure this out. Because, like I said, it was theoretically possible. It was just, in practice, it just didn't work. So after way too long of struggling, day 39, I was kind of just, by the end of day 39, I was just defeated. Like, there was nothing. I tried everything. There was nothing I could do. So, let's move on to day 40. Day 40, after I woke up relatively defeated, I realized that, you know what, I may not be able to get it on the 2nd floor, but I could probably try putting it on the 1st floor. And thanks to Human's secret base, I realized that my little storage room, I had a little more room to work with than I thought I did. So I basically just expand the storage room out, and then I was able to like till the ground up, and I could just place the furnace on my 1st floor right next to the storage room. And honestly, it looked pretty good. Gonna be honest here, I don't know why I didn't just do this to begin with. This, not only does it look good, it also is just 10 times easier than when I was trying to pull. Why? Like, day 39 was such a waste. And like, out of all the days in this entire 100 days series, I think day 39 was by far the most wasteful. Like, nothing was accomplished on day 39. I literally accomplished my one goal in like 5 minutes on day 40 than I did the entirety of day 39. It was embarrassing. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, after this, Bacon showed up at my house, and he tamed a wolf. Don't know how he did that at all. Gonna be honest here. Apparently, while I was building a house, Bacon was just out taming a wolf the whole time. And while I was actually, Bacon was very busy. I think Bacon, from what I could tell, Bacon was doing this basically the entire time. Like, when I say entire time, I mean, anywhere, day 36 to day 40, I think he was literally just trying to tame a wolf. And I remember in the call him screaming angrily about how annoying it was. So, he tamed a wolf, and I asked him to, wolf to sick somebody, basically. And then the wolf attacked the poor goblin, and then, yeah, that goblin got absolutely annihilated. He got sent to the 4th dimension. So, moving on. After Bacon showed me his wolf, Brian finally managed to get on the server, and yeah, you probably noticed I haven't mentioned Brian in a very, very long time, and that's because, well, Brian's schedule, to put it as bluntly as possible, is absolutely horrible. Like, just unimaginably terrible. He's literally only on like 2 days a week, and he's only on at midnights exclusively. Don't ask me why, it's just how Brian works. Another thing I should probably mention, yeah, remember how I mentioned earlier Human built the trench, which I may or may not have footage for, I'm going to be honest, still couldn't find that. Anyway, yeah, Human turned that tiny little trench into a giant river. And in no way did I fall into the river, ever. I never fell into the river. Yep, nope, never, that never happened. after I kind of looked around Humans River, today was basically just a resource gathering day. Like I think I was running out of stone, I was running out of wood, and pretty much all I did the rest of the day was basically just cut trees. Because I just desperately needed wood, and specifically I needed that wood for charcoal. So, like I said, today was just a resource gathering day. So, that's literally all I spent the entire day doing. So, yeah, awkward commentary aside, but just move on to day 41. Day 41 started the day strong by getting invaded. Now, normally an invasion isn't really a problem anymore because my gear can just tank most of it. However, the same cannot be said for poor Brian, who had rag equipment, and he got absolutely annihilated. Yeah, Brian had a rough 5 minutes there, I'm going to be honest. But after the invasion was dealt with, the first thing Brian wanted to do, seeing it was his first time on in a while, he wanted to expand his house because his current living situation was basically the equivalent of a New York apartment. And that thing is just not inhabitable. It just wasn't inhabitable at all. So Brian thought about expanding his house, renovating it, and he specifically wanted a basement. Funny thing about that, though, Human built the secret basement under Brian's house. And just as a quick refresher, we established the rule of squatters' rights, and that is if you can keep a secret compartment on your teammate's base for 30 days, you get squatters' rights, and you get to keep that part of the house. Well, this is the first time Brian got back on ever since Human made that base, or secret base. And the reaction Brian had to when he discovered it was absolutely amazing. So I'm just going to let the clip speak for itself.
Why is there a
Horde of new China
hole
just-
under my base?
Okay, you lose hobo rights, Human, officially.
Wow, Human, that was actually...
shit.
Human, that was embarrassing.
Like, that was so sad.
did
I
not
could live
think
under
you'd find
your
that.
house faster.
My God.
I did
Human,
not
that was
think you'd
embarrassing.
try and do Reno.
Wow.
What in the world?
I now get to embarrass
Human.
I get to embarrass you in front of my view. Wow, that's a sad Human. The
That is.
the first
It
day
is.
he actually gets back on and the countdown begins, you fail immediately.
Well, to be fair, I didn't realize how ugly his house was and had to fix it.
After that whole mess, I basically spent the entire rest of the day, I just cut down trees. And the main reason why I wanted to cut down trees was because I needed charcoal, or just coal in general. I needed wood to put in the charcoal kiln to make charcoal, and then I used charcoal to smelt things because, I recently built a furnace in my house and I intended on using it, but I had no coal. So that's what I spent pretty much the entire, day and night, I just spent cutting trees. That's all I really ended up doing. I also did some minor storage adjustment, but beyond that, not a whole lot happened on day 41, so let's move on. Day 42, my initial plan was because remember how I mentioned I was basically just cutting trees for the vast majority of day 41? Well, the whole point of having that was the coal, and the whole point of having coal is to smelt things. I had nothing to smelt. Specifically, I had no copper to smelt. So, today was basically supposed to be just a simple routine mining expedition. However, the initial vein I had been using up to this point was basically just gone, so I had to explore out a little bit, I had to look a little further, and eventually I managed to find a copper vein. However, I also managed to find not one, not two, but 3 trolls. Yeah, that did not end well. I did not last long. That was rough. So, after I died to the troll chicanery, I went back, I tried to get my stuff. However, along the way, I picked up a few items, and then when I tried to quick loot my inventory, I was over encumbered. And for those of you who don't know what that means, that basically just means your inventory is so full that you can't move. And I don't think I need to tell you how standing still when there's 3 trolls chasing you is going to end. So, yeah, I died. Then I had to respawn again. I ran back over there. And this time, I actually did manage to get my stuff. Just barely. I nearly survived here. And then I kind of just limped the rest of my way back to base. Day 43 was largely just a recovery day. After day 42, which really sucked, the entire day was just me dying. It was not a great experience, so I plan on day 43 being a little bit more chill. After I limped all the way back to base, with no copper, might I add, I didn't really know what to do for the rest of day 43, I'm going to be totally honest with you. Bacon built a cauldron. That was pretty cool. I basically spent most of day 43 just screwing around. I explored Brian's base, and we just, really today, day 43 was just a rest day. I'm going to be honest. We just kind of screwed around a lot. Not a whole lot was accomplished. Oh yeah, and I almost forgot to mention I died again. This time it was just something really dumb. I think I'll just let the clip speak for itself. Day 44, after I had a really rough day on day 43, today was supposed to kind of just be another chill day. However, we figured it was time to fight another boss. Small problem though, actually several small problems. Brian was horribly under-equipped. Human was very much ill-prepared, and I had no food. So, let's just say there were other things on our minds. So we had to spend most of day 44 just prepping for the boss. I guess Human needed to craft arrows, Brian needed to upgrade his gear, and I just needed more food. So we all kind of did our own little thing for this day, just trying to prepare ourselves for the boss fight. Bacon spent this time setting up a teleporter between the boss arena and home, which I didn't even know he could do. So, while I was busy hunting boar and deer, Bacon invented teleportation. So, that was pretty cool. Another important event that happened here was later in the night, Bacon ended up dropping his tower shield because he didn't want it. I don't remember his exact reason. I think it's because his weapon was two-handed and he just couldn't use a shield. So I happily took it. Gonna be honest though, I barely used it at all. Just thought I should mention it because it's kind of cool, I guess. Day 45. By day 45, we were all ready. We had, or at least as ready as we were gonna be. We had all our equipment. We had all our food, arrows, all that stuff. And Bacon set the teleporter, and then we all went right through. We went to the boss spawner, poked around a little bit, and we spawned the boss. So, I'm going to shut up now. I'm going to cue some overly dramatic music, and you guys get to enjoy the boss fight. Oh, hi.
I don't like this. I hate this.
Wow!
I hate
do
this.
no
I'm done.
damage! What the shit like that?
Okay.
What is that?
Don't look at me, I don't know.
Well, it has a big fucking name tag, Brad.
Where I'm getting you to shoot it while I draw its aggro, because it's mostly pissed at me.
I'm gonna run out of arrows at this rate.
Fuck! All the roots that I want, things I want to hide behind just get destroyed.
Ooh, I'm getting hit. Oh, I got hit hard there. I have one health. I'm dead. I finally got me. My bow was under durability. Crap.
I'm just gonna run in and start hitting it again.
Good fire, does your body have arrows?
Yes, it does.
We have fours to fight
I'm gonna charge
forest with
I'm
forest.
charging it.
It's a terrible idea, Brian.
It is, but what other idea is there?
I fully support it.
It's dead!
Oh, I almost got it. Did I kill it? I don't know.
I
know,
missed
got it. It's dead.
Okay.
It's dead. It's dead. I clipped it though. I clipped it.
Nice.
By the morning of day 46, the boss was finally defeated. It took a while, and this boss, honestly, even if you were to scale it up, it was still a lot harder than the first. The first boss was so easy compared to this. This boss was a struggle. It took us a whole day to beat. There was a lot of deaths, and yeah, even I died towards the end, although I will admit, my bronze armor held up way better than I thought it would. That bronze armor, man, I underappreciated that thing for so long. Anyway, After the boss was dead, it dropped something rather interesting. We weren't expecting this. It dropped a key. Now, keep in mind, we had absolutely no idea what this key did. And we do have functioning brains, so we figured, it's a key. It opens a thing. Which that doesn't really help us at all, if I'm being honest. However, another major thing that comes with defeating a boss is we get a new ability. So remember how I mentioned way back when we defeated the first boss and we got like a deer ability, right, in the corner of the screen? Turns out, you beat a second boss, you get a second ability. However, you don't get two abilities at once. You have to choose between your old one or the new one. And we all just kind of chose the new one because, well, it's new and we hadn't tried it before. However, it was, we didn't really know what it did, like, at all. We thought about Googling it, but we figured we just figured it out eventually. So, after we kind of walked all the way home, we did some chicanery and all that good stuff, went back to our base, and we finally figured out what the new power did. Y'all ready for this? You are not prepared for what this power did.
So, if you go to where the crow achievements are in your inventory, active effect, the Elder, faster wood cutting.
You're kidding, right?
Nope.
Are you serious?
It says faster wood cutting.
Tell me
Let's see.
Tell me there's more, please.
Nope, I just cut down logs really, really fast.
Please don't tell me we fought that thing just so we can cut trees better.
I'm done.
It allows you to cut down trees 50% faster. I know. Amazing. Best ability in the game right there. I mean, bravo. Nothing like traveling 10 miles, fighting a boss for a good 20 minutes, and getting the ability to cut down trees faster. Woo! Let's go! But in all seriousness, no, I kind of hated this. I was really annoyed. I was not happy about this ability at first. I'm gonna be honest. I eventually grew to kind of like it, but initially I was so against this ability because we had worked way too hard to kill this stupid thing, and the only thing this boss had given us is a key we didn't understand, and an ability that, on paper, is pretty much useless in any combat scenario. The only thing the ability was good for was, like, material grinding, which, don't get me wrong, that's helpful, but we already cut down trees pretty fast as is, and, like, it was just such a lame ability. I was not happy about it. So, after we kind of discovered the ability, Brian did a little bit of exploring, and Brian encountered his first ever troll, and that was one heck of an experience. So, I'm just going to play the clip and let it speak for itself.
You've been doing a fish?
Oh, guys, we have a problem.
What
We have a big problem.
kind of problem?
Not just a big problem, but a giant problem. Troll.
Oh, he brought a troll. And?
Brian, Brian,
How is that a problem?
Dude, Brian's tone actually scared the ever-living Jesus out of me. I'm like, what did you just do?
I thought it was gonna be like a dragon or
It's
some
just a
shit.
big blue troll thing, and I've never seen one before.
Yeah, Brian, get back to base. After the troll was promptly dealt with, well, actually, I shouldn't say promptly. He was actually really annoying to kill, and he took forever to kill. Yeah, it was an annoying fight. I'm gonna be honest, a lot more annoying than I anticipated. It also didn't help that Brian decided to bring him right in the center of our village. Yeah, that was annoying. After the troll was finally dead, basically the rest of day 47 was just kind of spent screwing around. It was a mix of like reorganizing storage, recovery, trolling, and building up bases, which I didn't do any of. Well, I did some trolling, but I didn't really do much else at the base. Basically, everybody else was being productive, and I was being a menace to society, is basically what I was doing. So, that is the end of day 47. Day 47. So, started out day 47 by, having a little bit of a conundrum. I wanted to make myself some more bronze tools. However, I had no copper. So, I thought about trying to find a way to get more copper. However, all the veins nearby had basically been stripped bare. However, what I remember from our boss fight is there were tons of good copper veins, like right around the boss area. So I thought to myself, okay, I bring a cart, I use the teleporter, mine the copper, put copper in cart, move through portal, yay. Simple as that. So, part one of the plan was just getting over there. Went through the portal, got my pickaxe, Had to like fix up the workbench area a little bit because I couldn't actually repair my tools there. It was just a bunch of incoherent walls. So I had to make a little roof around the house and all that good stuff, and I was able to repair my pickaxe. And then the entire day was just copper mining. That's it. Nothing really interesting happened either. Just copper. Mine some copper there, mine some copper here, mine some copper there. You know, copper mining. The gameplay I'm probably showing is very invigorating. A lot of copper mining. That's what I did all day and night. Copper mining. So, let's move on. After I was finished mining all the copper from day 47, the plan was rather simple. I just, all the copper I had was in the cart, so I just, I take the cart, go through the portal, go home, smelt, win, profit. However, that's not what ended up happening at all. So I tried bringing the cart with me through the portal. Didn't work. So I'm like, okay, maybe it just doesn't work with carts. That's fine. I just took the copper out of the cart, put it in my inventory, and then the portal yelled at me that I wasn't able to cross. And after some, questioning of bacon, I figured out that you can't go through the portal with copper. It doesn't let you go through the portal if you have any meaningful ore on you, which that might be the dumbest game, in terms of a game design, that's the dumbest thing ever. That's like the primary reason to build a port. No, okay, maybe not the primary. That's like the there was like a list of top 10 reasons to build a teleporter. Being able to transport exotic minerals from one place to another is probably like number 2 on that list. Seriously. So dumb. Anyway, after I figured that out, I'm like, okay, fine. I guess I'm just going to have to take the cart with the copper and haul it all the way home, which I'd like to point out was probably about a 15 to 20 minute run with the cart on my back. And let's just say the journey was rather perilous, let's just say. After about, I want to say 5 minutes of running around, I encountered my old friend, the troll, and as you can probably guess, seeing that I am weighed down not only by my copper armor, but the roughly 500 pounds of copper I'm carrying in my cart, it did not end well. The troll bodied me pretty much instantly. Yeah, that was rough. After I respawned, and I went through the portal, I ran back to where I was, I picked up my stuff, I noticed there was a bit of a problem. Yeah, the cart was completely destroyed. As in, poof, gone. Not that I'd be able to use the cart anyway, because there was a troll just camping it the whole time. So, I had to leave the copper there. However, before I left, I put a marker down saying, I put lost copper. And I'm just so in the future that one day, if I was ever equipped enough, I'd be able to come back and pick up this copper deposit that I had worked so hard to mine. However, there was just no way for me to get the copper at the current moment because the cart was destroyed and it just, logistically, it wasn't going to make sense. There was no way I was going to be able to build a workbench, build a structure around the workbench, build a cart, pack up the copper, and then run away with the cart while there's a troll just camping the copper. Like, it just wasn't going to work. So unfortunately, I just had to let the copper sit there. However, like I said, it was marked, so if one day I was ever prepared and I was able to go back, I'd just be able to pick it up. After the failure, I basically just went home and just kind of complained and just sulked the rest of the day. I mean, the vast majority of the day was just spent involving all the chicanery I just mentioned. However, yeah, at the end of the day, I was just really, really salty. So that's the end of day 48. Day 49, I figured I'd try this whole copper mining shtick one more time. So I went out, I explored somewhere a lot closer to my house so that I wouldn't have to worry about the whole cart teleportation debacle. So I went out, I explored a little bit, and I found a few structures. I also found a queen bee, which you can place that down and put a hive down. However, I didn't really do that. Because, some other events kind of let's just say kind of overlaid the priorities. Look, all you need to know is that I found a queen bee, explored around a river, found some really nice scenery, actually. And I got ambushed by a troll. And if you've been paying attention so far, every time I run into a troll, I die. And this was no exception. And every time I die to a stupid troll, I have less and less faith in my bronze armor. Yay! So, after I respawned, it was starting to turn dark. I'm like, well, gotta run back and get my stuff. So I ran back, got my stuff, ran back home, And I had no copper in my inventory. Yet another day where I had accomplished literally nothing. Yay! Alright, day 50. So, day 50 went, shockingly similar to the last few days. So, day 50, I thought to myself, you know what? I need copper. Yeah, that's definitely a sentence I've never thought to myself. Went out to get copper. This was supposed to be a simple mission. Bacon had pinged a vein that was pretty close to home, and I wasn't going to do any cart. I was just going to pick up the ore, hold it in my inventory, and then just bring it home. And, oh, guess what happened? You want to know what happened? A troll showed up. And you want to know what happened after that? I got bodied by the troll. Yay. After I died, I respawned, went back to go, pick up my stuff, got my stuff, and I saw that the copper vein I was at, turns out, I went to the wrong copper vein. Bacon had 2 copper veins pinged, and the one I had went to was a one where there was hardly any copper at all. However, there was still a little bit of the vein left, so I figured, well, I have my stuff, I might as well get a quick, copper vein, right? That doesn't seem like that bad of an idea. And then I stopped paying attention, and then I died. Not to a troll. I don't remember what it was. It was some, I think it was either, a boar or, a basic, goblin. I don't remember what it was. I just remember it wasn't a troll. So, honestly, that might be a win in of itself. But I still died again, and I was still just as irritated. So, yeah, I had to respawn and, get my stuff. And, however, when I did pick up my stuff, I did actually have copper this time. Wasn't very much, mind you, but I did get home, I smelted it, and I think it amounted to all about 3 bars, so at least I had something, right? Day 51. So, after, the past few days' events, I figured I'd start taking hints from the universe that the game just did not want me to have copper. So I figured, okay, you know what? Fine. Alright, you can keep your copper. I didn't want the copper anyway. So I figured, okay, day 51, maybe I'll just do, some basic, or storage organization, or just something simple, so I, something that doesn't make me want to tear my own hair out. So, started out day 51 by kind of just screwing around. And Human built a boat. So I'm like, you know what? Why not? Let's go on a boating trip. So, we went on a boating trip. It was pretty unremarkable in almost every way. At least I spent most of the time trying to figure out how the boat worked. Human already had a pretty good grasp on how everything functioned. I had absolutely no idea how to operate that thing. And we were out there for a lot longer than I would have liked because, boats are very dependent on things like wind, which we were not getting a lot of luck with. So after an uncomfortable amount of time on a raft with, Human, after we finally got to the dock, I went to, I don't remember what this was for. I remember going to, I think it was a forge or a crafting table, and then our games all collectively crashed. Yeah, this was a bit of a problem. After we all managed to reload our games, we determined that we hadn't actually been reset really much at all. I had spawned in my house, which was strange because that's not where I was when I crashed. I was in the community center at the forge. However, as far as I could tell, and as far as any of us could tell, we didn't actually lose any real meaningful progress. I think we lost 30 seconds worth of progress, so it really wasn't a big deal at all. So after we kind of got our bearings in order, Bacon came home, and it turns out he had the ability to make a bonfire, which is just a normal fire, except a whole lot bigger, and you can't cook on it. However, it's a much cooler light source, I will say that. It also takes a sterling core, which is apparently what they're called, to build one, which kind of wasteful to use it on that, but, I mean, hey, it looks cool, so, at least there's that. After Bacon showed me the big bonfire, I don't know what it was, but I figured, you know what? Screw it. Let's go try and get some copper again. And so I went out. I went to go try and find the vein of copper, the right vein this time around, unlike the first time where I accidentally went to the wrong vein. So I went out to go get some more copper. And if you've been paying attention, I think you know how this ends. I found a troll. Actually, no, I lied. 2 trolls, actually. So, at least the game's diversifying. Instead of me getting destroyed by 1 troll, I'm getting destroyed by 2 trolls now. Woohoo! Go me! However, this time around, I actually did have a plan. I had made myself flint-head arrows to ensure that I could actually take one of them down. So, I kind of played the fighting retreat game where I kind of just ran away, shot him with the bow and arrow, ran away, shot him with the bow and arrow. You know how this shtick plays out. And while I was running away, it turns out I lost one of the trolls. And, well, by the time the troll was about, I want to say 20% health, I was back at the base. The troll was chasing me in tow. And I kid you not, as I get back to the base, we get invaded by the swamp. Notice how I said got invaded by the swamp? Not the forest, the swamp. This is like the next level of the invasion. Fortunately, the troll was practically dead, so it wasn't a big deal. All that really happened with the troll was I shot him a little more, and turns out the troll actually helped out. He actually killed a few skeletons, which I didn't know the interaction actually happened, so I'm going to keep that in mind for the future. However, after the troll was promptly dealt with by me, and he, like I said, he killed some skeletons for me, so that was nice. Yeah, we kind of were just trying to figure out how the swamp invasion worked, and seeing that most of the enemies were skeletons, I didn't think it was going to be a big deal, because the one thing my bronze armor doesn't completely suck against is, like, sharp weapons, or piercing weapons, or bows and arrows, and stuff like that. My armor typically does pretty well. Not here it doesn't. No. Against most of the enemies, it was pretty effective. However, there was 2 skeletons in particular that were green and scary. One of them had a bow, and one of them had an axe. Yeah, it turns out the guy with the bow did not care that I had a full bronze armor. He cut right through it, and I died. Yeah, that was rough. I respawned, and for whatever reason, there was a green skeleton outside my door, chopping away at my kiln for some reason, and then I got one-tapped by said green skeleton with a hatchet. After that, I respawned again, baited him around, kind of kited him around a little bit, got my stuff, and then eventually just picked him off with my bow and arrow because I knew damn well I wasn't going to win in a melee fight with him, so he died eventually, and he dropped what were called entrails. Don't know what they do, still don't know what they do to this day, if I'm being honest, but it was a new item, so, you know, that was pretty cool. After the invasion was dealt with, turns out I was not the only one who desperately needed copper. It turns out everyone needed copper, and this is the kind of the part where we kind of got scheming. We had a new plan. So, remember how I mentioned earlier that I lost a giant amount of copper to a troll, and the cart was completely destroyed and all that fun stuff? Well, turns out that Human had invented a new version of boat. Well, actually, I shouldn't say Human and Bacon. I give them both equal credit here, because while Bacon had the material, Human actually, built it and had the idea to build it, and he was one who knew how to operate it. So, he built a new boat, and we came up with an operation that I call Operation Reclaimer. The idea was we were going to take this boat, and the boat, which had built-in storage, we were going to take the boat, we were going to sail it all across the coastline, park right next to where the copper, like where I lost my copper. We pick up all the copper, we put it in our ship, then we'd take it home, then we'd smelt it, and we'd all be happy. When I'd have to split the copper, even though I technically mined all of it, I didn't bring it all home, so I had to share it. So yeah, that kind of sucked. At least that was the plan anyway. The plan was to just go out, get my lost copper, and hopefully we'd all be set on copper for a while. So that's kind of what we planned about doing. We basically spent the rest of the day kind of planning out the logistics, and we also ended up building our fancy new boat. Day 52, we were ready. The boat was built, we all hopped on, and at first it actually went pretty smooth. Slow, mind you, but smooth. However, when we hit the first channel, because our area we built in, it turns out we were kind of locked in a little lake, and the only way out was a tiny little channel. So yeah, we may or may not have crashed into the channel and then had to build a larger canal. Wasn't a big deal, it was kind of a minor hiccup. However, after we cleared the canal, it was pretty much smooth sailing from there. It was really slow though, because in order for the sail to work, you need wind, and the wind in this game is highly inconsistent. So it took us quite a while to get down there. As a matter of fact, it took us literally, it was getting dark by the time we got down there. After we landed by the location of the copper, we actually ended up finding it far easier than I thought, because the ping I made earlier, it was not an exact ping. I just knew the copper was in the general area, and I knew it was from, basically the body of a destroyed cart. However, we actually ended up finding it really, really fast, and it was a pretty simple procedure, really. We just loaded it up on the boat, and then that was that. I mean, it really was simple. Everyone took a little bit of copper, we put it in the boat storage, and then we just sailed off into the sunrise. Wasn't really all that difficult, if I'm being honest. Took a long while, because sailing in this game is either really fast or really slow. It's rarely in between, so, I mean, honestly, the operation actually went pretty smoothly. There was really no major hiccups. I mean, don't get me wrong, we kind of struggled with boat controls a little bit, and we did get stuck every once in a while, but overall, it wasn't really that bad. So let's move on to day 53. Day 53, we were still technically in the boat by day 53. We were still sailing home. We were trying to get everything together, and we were so close to home, and then our boat had a little boat trouble.
I got this.
Will that be necessary? I don't think that will be necessary.
Farewell, brothers.
Bye, Bacon.
I will take care of the canal.
Oh.
Wow, that actually went really fluent, huh?
Yeah,
I thought I was gonna have to.
Why did you say that?
What?
Why did you say that?
Say what?
The second we're just at the vomitorium of the canal, and you said, "Hey, that went really smooth," and the ship shanks immediately back into the shoreline.
You know what that sounds like?
You
A
salty
personal
asswipe.
fucking problem.
It wasn't too bad, and we got it out pretty quick, and we were able to get home. And when we were about to pull up to the dock, I dropped the copper into the water. Or some of it, not all of it, but I dropped 23 copper into the water. And turns out you can't swim down in this game. You can only swim on the surface of the water, so we had no real means of getting the copper that I had just dropped into the ocean. Fortunately, however, we were in port and it was pretty shallow water, so fortunately, Human had the idea of just simply raising the ground up, like beneath the copper with the hoe, and that worked out actually pretty much perfectly. So, we all took our fair share of copper. I want to say I ended up with about, 20 bars of copper, and the rest was split between everybody else. So, they had copper, I had my copper, and we were all pretty happy with this end result. And on top of me having all the copper, I finally had an excuse to use my in-house furnace. I think this is the first time I was ever actually able to use it in, like, a meaningful scale. I had used it before this, but I've only been able to spend like 1 or 2 bars at a time. However, now I was able to smelt upwards, I want to say about 15 copper bars by the time I was done with this. So I had enough copper to make a pretty decent amount of bronze, which I was definitely going to need later. After I was done smelting, I went to Brian's house, which, might I add, it was really nice. I will say the exterior looked pretty terrible, if I'm being honest. It was literally just a giant box/rectangle. However, the interior looked pretty freaking good. I'm not going to lie. I actually really liked the way he did his house on the inside. And it was spacious, too, which definitely can't say the same thing about my place, that's for sure. But basically, I spent the rest of the night exploring Brian's house, and I was thoroughly impressed. And then after that, that was the end of day 53. Day 54. Day 54 started out by me updating my fireplace. So, as of current, my fireplace, the only thing my fireplace did was produce light, essentially, and it allowed me to sleep. However, I wanted to also include, being able to cook food over said fire. However, given the current layout of my area, like the layout of the fireplace, I just couldn't do that. So I'm like, you know what? Why don't I fix that? So I kind of had to screw around with it a little bit. I tried a few different things, and most of it didn't work. However, by the end, I just settled by making a gap, raising the ground up, and then put the campfire down, put a cooking rack on top of it, and now I could cook food indoors, so I didn't have to travel, all the way to spawn. Gonna be honest here, I don't know why I didn't just make a campfire outside, and then don't ask. You're not gonna get an answer, because truth be told, I have no idea why I didn't just do that. But you know what? It looks cool and it's functional, so that's what matters. After all that was settled, I went back to the community area. It turns out Bacon made a fermenter. Apparently he made this like a day ago, and I just had no idea he made this. And since I'm too lazy to go back and edit the Day 53 voiceover, I'm just gonna I mention it now, because yeah, apparently that was a thing that happened. And, well, fermenters, make alcohol, so that's pretty neat. We still didn't really know how to use it, but it existed, so that was a plus. After I kind of went to the community center, the main reason why I went to the community center in the first place was I was looking for more tin, and I was looking for more bronze, because I wanted to make myself a new bronze tool, because, truth be told, my sword was kind of terrible. I'm going to be honest. I haven't really talked much about the sword ever since I crafted it. However, the sword I had, well, DPS-wise, it was decent. It had probably the worst hit registration I've ever seen, like, in a video game. Seriously, you could slice right through an enemy and they just don't take damage. Not to mention the sword doesn't stun enemies, which, yeah, it's kind of a big deal, because if you don't stun enemies, they're going to hit you back, and then you lose health, and it's a whole thing. All you need to know, I was looking to replace my sword. So, I got the bronze together, and turns out I had enough bronze to make myself pretty much any bronze tool I wanted. However, instead of making a new weapon, I settled on making a bronze pickaxe. So I thought to myself, okay, Bronze pickaxe is probably used to mine a better ore, like, say, I don't know, silver, which, I mean, I didn't know silver existed at this point, nor do I know now, but it's probably out there, and, you know, I'd like to have the thing that allows me to mine silver so I can get better weapons made out of silver instead of wasting my time on copper. So, silver. Hopefully, maybe. Yeah, that's basically my whole rationale for making the bronze pickaxe. Don't know if it's going to pay off at all, but that's what happened, and that was the end of the day. Day 55. Day 55 started out with Bacon making a forge cooler, and for those of you who don't know what that is, I didn't. It's just a forge upgrade, right? You know how the crafting bench has, like, levels, like level 1, level 2, level 3, etc., that you use, like, for example, the tanning rack, which oh god. Man, I haven't mentioned the word tanning rack in this script in, like, 30 days. Wow. Anyway, that moment aside, all you need to know is the forge is upgraded now. We couldn't use that upgrade because I hadn't upgraded a single piece of bronze equipment, because in order to upgrade bronze equipment, you need bronze. And in case you haven't noticed, bronze is not exactly the easiest thing to get, especially the copper component, because I have a nasty habit of dying to trolls constantly. So, yeah, we weren't going to be able to use this upgrade for quite some time. After I kind of investigated the forge cooler, we had a plan in mind. So, previously, Bacon had discovered what he thought was a new biome, so I'm like, okay, sure, we'll investigate this later, yada, yada, yada. And this was later. I mean, today might as well be the day, right? I got my new pickaxe, so hopefully if there's any new things out there, I can mine it, yada, yada, yada. I hadn't been there personally, but Bacon had. That's what Bacon's been doing. Bacon's kind of been the de facto explorer. So this whole time, I was basically kind of just screwing around at home doing kind of menial tasks while he was out discovering the swamp. Gonna be honest, the more I look at this script, the more I realize that Bacon kind of carried. At least in some areas. Anyway, moving on. The whole day was basically spent him bringing me to the swamp, right? We went through the forest, we went around like the ocean, basically, and it took us a long while to get there. So long, in fact, that by the time we got there, it was dark. Now, from what he told me, the swamp in the dark was terrible. As in, everything will kill you incredibly fast. So we're like, okay. So we could risk running in the swamp full speed and dying instantly, then having to run all the way back, which I'd like to point out was probably a good, like, 10 to 15 minute run. I mean, that's a little over exact. A good, like, I'd say a good 5 to 10 minute run. So we're like, okay, let's wait it out. We basically spent the rest of the night just kind of waiting it out. However, seeing that we had nothing to do, we figured, you know what? Why not build a forward operating base, or FOB for short? So that's what we spent the entire night doing. This fort was going to be equipped with it was just a basic structure with walls, campfire, some beds, a crafting bench, and a single chest. It wasn't much, but it was enough to, like, we had a base of operations. And the plan was to set up a teleporter there so we could easily get to and from base. That didn't really pan out, as you'll see later, but I'm getting ahead of myself. But that's what we spent the rest of the night doing. By the morning of day 56, our base had been completed. And, you know, as we do with any base or any home, you need to name it. And we decided to name it Fob Shirk. Which, in case you couldn't tell, it's supposed to be a play on Shrek. And we had a whole debate on how you actually pronounce Shrek. Turns out you pronounce it Shirk. Shrek's Fob. Yeah, let's go with Shrek's Fob, even though I can't spell Shrek.
Shrek's Fob. It's S-H-E-R-K.
Hold on. I'm putting the sign up.
No, that'd be Shirk.
You want me to type in? Let me hold on. I will Google this.
Okay, this is copyright free, so it's Shirk.
Shirk. Alright, Shirk it is.
Shirk Fob.
Shirk Fob. It all capitalize the fob because that's, you know, the thing with Bob.
No, it is. That's it. That's how you spell Shrek. It's S-H-E-R-K.
No, that's Shirk.
It's Shirk Fob.
No. Google it. It is literally the name of the movie.
Shirk?
So it's never been Shrek. It's been Shirk.
It's been Shirk the whole time.
We just suck.
It's a skill issue.
Okay, literally. Yeah, it is literally spelled Shirk.
I know.
Fuck.
Which, I'm gonna be honest, that just doesn't feel right, and apparently they say that's actually how you pronounce it, and we've been pronouncing it wrong our whole lives, but Yeah, I'm going to leave the comment section to that one. I don't know whether that's true. Why am I talking about Fort Shirk? Let's just move on. After we set our spawn points, we finally left the fort. We went out and we finally managed to arrive to the swamp. Like I said, the whole reason why we waited this long was because it was finally daylight and the mob spawns would be greatly reduced. However, that doesn't mean there was no mob spawns at all. And as a matter of fact, the mobs were a significant challenge throughout this whole campaign, for lack of a better term. When we got there, we practically immediately encountered those, they're swamp enemies. However, remember those green skeletons we got attacked by in the swamp invasion? Yeah, those guys that, tear through my copper armor like it's nothing. Yeah, those guys are everywhere. And they're just as annoying and just as tanky in the swamp as they are in my house. Yeah, those guys made progress in the swamp agonizingly slow. Another threat I was informed of, literally the second we got there, thanks for telling me this. It really would have helped if you told me this earlier. Yeah, it turns out the swamp is infested with what's called leeches. Fun thing about leeches, though, if they touch you once, you're dead. Doesn't matter what kind of armor you're wearing, none of that. If they so much as hit you once, you are immediately dead. However, the only caveat with leeches, though, is they can only sit in the water. Like, they can't jump out of the water. They're exclusively a water enemy. So as long as you're on the coast, you're fine. They can't hurt you, and if you have a bow and arrow, you can pretty easily pick them off. So thankfully, that wasn't a huge issue. However, even though we were pretty cautious with the biome, when night started to fall and the mob spawns exponentially ramped up, eventually I just got overwhelmed by the sheer number of green skeletons and also by the god-awful hit registration of my bronze sword. And unfortunately, I ended up dying. Fortunately, like I said, we set our spawns at the base because we figured this was probably going to happen. So the run wasn't too bad. So by the time I got back, got my loot, we kind of spent the rest of the night chilling out. However, right when the sun was starting to rise, we encountered a new enemy type. This thing is called an ooze. Now, the best description I have for this thing is think of a slime, except exponentially more dangerous. How the ooze works is it hops at you, and when it lands next to you, it spits a bunch of poison out, and there's a very good chance that poison might just straight up one-shot you. It's not fun. If you're lucky, it's a two-shot, but all you know is don't get hit by poison. It sucks, it's not fun, it's very dangerous. So, we had to keep our distance from the ooze, and once we finally managed to kill the ooze, turns out the ooze was just the first layer, because once we killed the ooze, it spawned 2 slimes, which... they function the exact same as ooze. Basically, they hop towards you, they get a poison cloud in your face, and they try and murder you, as with everything in this game. While we were fighting this, Bacon managed to die to a slime, so I had to basically... it's funny, actually, now that I mention it. After Bacon died to a slime, there was a dungeon nearby. Actually, not nearby. It was in the swamp itself. And I just hid in the dungeon. Like, sure, the dungeon was actually the safest place in the entire swamp, which is just hilarious to think about, but it's true. There was, the dungeons were ridiculously safe, and I'm going to be honest. I sat in the dungeon for a little while waiting for Bacon to get back, because I was just taking notes. By day 57, I finally decided to step out of the dungeon, because Bacon was finally back, he got his stuff, and when I walked out of the dungeon, I was being harassed by a singular green skeleton, and this is the point where I rapidly realized that my bronze sword just sucked. Wholesale. Against a mob that could actually, stand toe-to-toe with me, the bronze sword was just not cutting it. It has no stun. That's the biggest reason why the bronze sword is just not that great, because, yeah, I can hit it, but it's going to hit me back, and it's going to hit a whole lot harder. And it also helped that when Bacon showed up and helped me out, his weapon is so much better, undeniably just superior. Because he can just stun the enemy, and the enemy can't even touch him, and then it just... all you need to know is I rapidly grew to kind of despise my bronze sword. Maybe not despise isn't the right word, but I rapidly grew to distrust my sword. That sentence made more sense in my head. I don't know why I even... What even was it? Yeah, moving on, let's move on. After we kind of got our bearings together, we went out, and we continued to explore the rest of the swamp. However, this is also around the time we realized that we were only exploring the very outskirts of the swamp. The interior of the swamp was surrounded by water. And if you've been paying attention, water means leeches, and leeches means instant death. So there was literally no way we were going to get access to the swamp. It just wasn't going to happen. At least not the interior part of it. We would need a boat for that, which Human said he'd be able to cover that. And speaking of Human, I probably should mention Human. It's been a little while. So what Human's been doing this whole time is essentially he's been sailing the seven seas. He's been mastering his skill and seamanship, all that good stuff, right? Sailing around, doing whatever he's do. Turns out while me and Bacon were having a little swamp adventure, Human was discovering a new continent. At least that's what he told us anyway. I don't know if it's actually a new continent or whether he just found a desolate island. But whatever it was, apparently there were new mobs and they hurt really bad. So that was pretty interesting. However, beyond that, we didn't really... Human was pretty vague on what he was actually doing. I heard him... he was basically doing boat stuff. He was sailing the seven seas. He found a new continent. I'm going to put air quotes on continent because I don't know whether it was an actual continent or whether it was just a random island. I truly don't know. But Human was being all mysterious about it, so truth be told, I have no idea what to report on here, because, yeah, Human was just kind of vague with what he found, so let's stop back to us. So, while Human was on his little misadventure, me and Bacon were still chilling in the swamp, and we ran out of arrows. This was a bit of a problem, because the only way we can kill leeches is with a bow. Yeah, that's rough. So Bacon decided that, you know what? Screw it. We don't need arrows. So he decided to try and melee a leech. Yeah, that ended about as well as you'd think. He died shortly after trying to hit the leech with a spear. Yeah, that was not a bright move at all. After waiting for Bacon to get back, and once he did finally get back, he got his stuff, and we realized it was probably about time to go home because, I mean, we hadn't really accomplished much. However, we had gotten a few new items. We had gotten what was called blood bags from leeches, and we had gotten what was called ooze from, well, the mob that is called the ooze. There's not really much explanation there. Anyway, moving on. We had those two items. We didn't really know what they did at all, but we figured, you know what, let's go back home. We want to figure out what this stuff actually does and what we can do with it. So that was the plan. However, we thought to ourselves, well, why walk home when we can teleport? So remember those two dungeons, or the dungeon I mentioned right in the swamp? Well, we decided, you know what? The dungeon's easy. Let's go do that. And they had the Sterling cores, which you need to make teleporters, which I don't know why. Honestly, we should have just made teleporters at the base. But we were lazy and just didn't bring the ingredients. So we're like, it's fine. We'll get to the swamp. So, that's what we went to go do. So we went in. We managed to clear the dungeon actually pretty easily. And turns out there was a second dungeon that I had totally missed. So me and Bacon did that one too. It was a pretty clean run, if I'm being honest. The dungeons were really, really easy, especially compared to the enemies we had just been fighting. So after we cleared the dungeon, it was starting to get dark, so we figured, you know what? Let's head back to base. So that's exactly what we ended up doing. However, while we were running back, Bacon got ambushed by a troll, because it doesn't matter where you are, the troll will find you and the troll will smash you, because that's what the troll does. So Bacon got his head clobbered in by a troll. However, I was lucky enough to not be quite in its aggro range, so I was able to basically just avoid the troll entirely. And I got back to the base with essentially no scraps, and Bacon had to run back out and get his stuff and then come back, and then, yeah. I mean, we didn't die too far from the base, so it wasn't a big deal. Bacon had to spend maybe an extra, 2 minutes just getting his stuff, which, not a huge deal. And turns out he lost the troll, too, while he was at it, so that was pretty cool. The morning of Day 58, we had everything together. We had the cores, we had the bronze axe to get, fine wood, and then we could just go to the teleporter, and then bing, bang, boom, we're done. We can go home and be happy. However, there was a slight complication. While we had the Sterling cores to make a portal, we did not have the fine wood. And you might be thinking, okay, fine, just use the bronze axe. Turns out Bacon, in his infinite wisdom, did not save the durability of his bronze axe, and as a matter of fact, it was broken. Fun thing about bronze tools is you need a forge to repair them, which our base didn't have. So we had no way of making a teleporter. So we had to walk all the way home. Initially, we had a plan floating around where maybe Human could pick us up on a boat, but we hadn't had the area mapped out, so we had no idea if there was even a river connecting us to the area. There wasn't, by the way. So we basically just had to walk home on our own, which, while it was long and tedious, there wasn't really much in the way of danger, so let's just cut to the part where we make it back to base. After we arrived home, the first thing we did was we went to the crafting tables to see what new items we could craft with the items we had just gotten from the leeches and the oozes respectively. And turns out there are 2 major items that we found. The first one was called an ooze bomb, which we had no idea what it did. I mean, we could guess based on the name. However, we didn't know its actual applications. We didn't know whether it was exclusively a trolling item or whether it was like a deadly weapon against a certain boss or mob. We didn't really know, and even if we did, we didn't have enough like ooze to make an actual item. We just knew it existed because I think we had 3 ooze between all like the 2 of us, and the item requires 5 to craft, so we just didn't have enough. And as for blood bags, the only thing we could figure out with blood bags, so there's 2 things you can do with blood bags, at least as far as I understand it. You can make a banner, and you can make health potions. At least that's what Bacon says. I didn't find the evidence of the whole health potion thing, but that's what Bacon said, and Bacon's kind of more of the technical expert here, so I'm going to let him, I'm just going to, I leave that to him. If he's wrong, blame Bacon. That's all I'm going to say. If that's not true, entirely Bacon's fault. After we kind of finagled with the crafting bench, Bacon whipped out his cultivator, and we decided to start a carrot farm. Gonna be honest, kind of a random time to do that, but we did it. So, after the carrots were planted, Bacon actually handed me the cultivator, because there was something I'd been wanting to do for a very, very long time. And I decided, you know what, I have the cultivator now, so I'm gonna go replant the entire forest. Yeah, I had been saving every single not birch sapling, but basically every sapling I get my hands on, and I was waiting for pretty much exactly a moment like this to where I could just replant all the trees, so I spent the rest of the day just planting trees. And I think by the end of the day, I think I planted somewhere around 50 trees. Don't know how long it'll take for them to grow, but they're there now, so that's pretty cool. And the final thing we did for day 58 was we all decided to kind of update our maps. And this is the point where we figured out, what human had been doing this whole time. And he was right. There was an island. We didn't really know if it was actually a continent like he said. However, we did definitely acknowledge there was a landmass there, and there was probably new enemies there, so that's probably a project or something we're going to have to look into at a later date. Day 59. Day 59, I think, is the first time in the entire series where I am the only person present. It was just me, all by myself. No one else was on at this point. It was just me on day 59. And I spent day 59 scheming. Now, not scheming for a grand boss battle or a masterclass in trollmanship. No, I was scheming for a new base, because I had already gotten sick of my current base. I'm gonna be honest, why does my base give me, Town Hall 5 from Clash of Clans vibes? Why did I build it like this? I think this is the first time I've been on this game, and it's not the middle of the night, and I'm my brain's fully functioning. And I'm just now realizing how, the inside's nice. But what's this, Town Hall 5 Clash of Clans? What is this? What is this supposed to do? I mean, it doesn't look terrible, but I kind of want to upgrade my house. Heat lot. Could I maybe build within the mountain? Over here, maybe? Is that a possibility? What if I had, a bridge leading up to it over here? Hold on, let me look at this. I could have, a bridge that crosses over this river, and then I could dig into the mountainside? Could that be a possibility? Okay, so apparently, so much for the bunker idea, because, yeah, no, you can't go any deeper than this. Well, I'm just going to leave this giant ravine here, and not, when the guys get back on, I'm just going to give them no explanation for why this is here. After that conversation I had with myself, I decided, you know what? Why don't I sleep? And I think this is the first time this character has had a full night's rest in over 50 days. That's good. Yeah, it's great. After I woke up on day 60, seeing that I had a full night's rest for once, I decided, you know what? Let's cut trees. So, yeah, I tried cutting trees. I almost died to a tree. But I think it'd be best if I just cued the tree cutting montage at this point. After cutting down enough trees to make Paul Bunyan jealous... Wait, is that... Why did I write that in the script? Wait, what? Out of all the things about my script, why... Most people aren't even gonna get that. Whatever. It's staying in, alright? We're keeping that in the final take. I don't care. Anyway, after I cut down a bajillion trees, turns out human just kind of showed up on the server. I didn't even know he was on the server until he was just in front of my house. I'm gonna be honest, yeah, no, he just sort of appeared, so... I don't know. That was strange. A little bit after Human got on, well, let's just say something rather interesting happened. Also, oh my god.
No, because I'm completely taking out this
look
platform.
At our area. Do you notice anything different about it?
Do you know something different about the fucking crater?
Just look around. Look what literally just
There's
appeared.
rain.
No, look what just appeared.
Oh, the sky?
No, what do you mean the sky? No, you dingus. Did you not notice the giant forest that just popped up 2 seconds ago?
Holy shit!
Yeah! How did you miss that?
No, because I was looking up because the sky is really bright right now. Like, what direction is that? North?
It's called
the stars are like
It's
fucking...
called the sun!
It's nighttime, you dipshit. I'm saying...
It's turning day. Oh my god. Okay, yes.
No, I'm not looking east.
So yeah, it turns out that all the trees I had planted with the cultivator, yeah, those had all grown. And there were just trees everywhere. I was actually really surprised how fast the trees grew, because I think it was 3 days, technically. Or no, it was only 2, because it was day 58 I did that. So, apparently trees grow really fast in this game, and that is a fact I'm going to absolutely utilize later. So, after the tree chicanery, it turned to day 61, and once again, it was just another construction day, basically. So, I probably should talk about what kind of house design I want to go for, actually, moving forward. So, the concept was pretty simple. It was going to be a box within a box. It really doesn't get any simpler than that, if I'm being honest. It is literally, like, the idea was, I have a nice square, and then there's an open area in the middle of said square, and then I put stuff in the middle of the square that's in the middle of the square. That makes sense? No? Well, boo-hoo. I'm sure I'll have something up on screen, because I'm too lazy to explain it right now, so, yeah. As for the progress itself on day 61, all I managed to really accomplish was I managed to get some of the basic foundation, and I managed to get in a good chunk of the flooring. Not quite all of it, just simply because, well, truth be told, this required an ungodly amount of wood, and I had to keep making trips back and forth to my wood chest that I had set up in the forest. Yeah, kind of forgot to mention that, but, I mean, it's not really particularly relevant. I don't know really why I felt the need to mention the wood chest, but anyway, all you need to know, it's there. And day 61, it was just building. That was really all I did, although there were some really dumb conversations that were had today.
How do you attempt to coup a Discord?
That's valid.
First you do, like, you report just one person, like, 200 times, and, you know, then you say 200 racial slurs.
Pretty much what they did.
Day 62. Day 62 started out strong by being harassed by a mob, and fully displaying just how god-awful the bronze sword can be sometimes. Seriously, I think I hit this man like 8 times, and none of the hits registered. Yay! But after the mob was dealt with, once again, it was another construction day. I managed to finish the floor, and I started on the walls. Gonna be honest here, you didn't really miss too much. Moving on. Day 63! You guessed it, it's another construction day. However, instead of just placing buildings down, I had to get more trees. So, cue intense tree cutting montage. After cutting down the trees, you guessed it, I went back to work on the house. Yeah, I just kind of I started building walls, and I started working on the roof, which, yeah, the roof would be a real pain later, but that's the future problem. Yeah, more building. Very exciting. Day 64. Day 64, Human had to go do something. Can't really remember what at this point, but I remember he had to do something mildly important, so he went off to do that. And I stayed behind, and I cut trees. And as I was cutting trees, I got invaded. So, yeah, that's fun. Here's the footage of that happening. block. Can I block it? That does literally nothing. Okay, cool. That is utterly useless. Thank you, shield. That is so helpful. Oh, crap, I missed. And he didn't. There we go. Okay, we got him barely. After the battle was over, there was two things I had figured out. One, that the wooden shield is utterly useless. Seriously, I had literally blocked an arrow perfectly, and the arrow that the green skelly just shot went right through it. Did not care at all. Not even a little bit. So yeah, lesson 1, the wooden shield is worthless. Lesson 2, turns out when there's only one player, the invasions are substantially weaker, because the invasion didn't seem to last very long, and I swear, some of the mobs just kind of screwed off and did something. Like, I don't know what happened, because I fought some mobs, but I didn't feel like I fought off the whole invasion. However, I just couldn't find any more mob. Like, I feel like the mobs just kind of were like, oh, it's just one guy. Oh, okay, let's go home. Like, it was so weird. Like, some of the mobs just, I think they might have despawned or just disappeared. I don't know what happened there, if I'm being honest, but yeah, after the invasion was dealt with, you want to guess what I was doing? Oh, I was working on the house. I know, these descriptions are very, very invigorating. Day 65! Day 65, I officially finished the roof. Now, when I say the roof, the only thing I did for the roof is I had just, like, the basic... It was basically just wooden floors on the roof. Like, it wasn't the actual roofing tile. So, it was... At least I thought it was done. I put the roof on. I put up some board beams because, you know, I don't like my house caving in on itself. That would be really depressing. So, put those up. And then something funny started to happen. It started to rain. Now, I figured that if green ever showed up, it would just be on the roof, right? Because, you know, that's where the water's hitting. No, as a matter of fact, that is not the case. Turns out the only way to prevent rain is by, like, a roof tile. And the only way I knew this is because I had installed, like, partial roof tiles on my roof. Because here's how it went, right? There was a roof tile, and then I just made a flat surface right on top of the roofing tile. However, like I said, everything under the roofing tile was completely dry. No green to be seen. However, everything under the normal roof was completely green. And if that description does a terrible job of explaining it, just look at the gameplay. You'll see what I mean. And if you know anything about me, I don't like green tiles. They suck. And I figured out how it works too, actually, at this point. It turns out, whenever it rains, the only reason why it gets green is because the tile is weakened, because apparently this game actually follows, like, real life, and that's... You know, soggy wood gets weaker because, you know, wet wood is weaker than dry. Yeah, honestly, I don't know how it took me this long to figure that out. But yeah, it's a thing. So, because of this, I had to install a roof on top of the roof, even though I never wanted a proper roof to begin with. Fun. And, you know, typically building a roof is not that big of a deal, but guess what? I ran out of wood. Cue tree cutting montage. While I was cutting trees, something rather annoying happened. So, turns out I still don't know why, but for whatever reason, I lost the ability. Like, typically when you pick an item up in this game, it just automatically goes in, you just have to walk over it. However, for whatever reason, the game was forcing me to manually pick up all the wood. I don't know why. It was super bizarre, but it just made this process even slower than it already was. However, it turns out the problem was actually a pretty easy fix. It was just log out and log back in, and then the problem was solved. However, because of this problem, it took me a lot longer to cut wood than I would have liked, so I had to spend the entire rest of day 65 cutting trees. My God, man, I'm so sick of tree cutting. Day 66. Still cutting trees on day 66. Really not much else to say here. I worked on the roof, and I cut trees. Also, human decided to come back like right towards the end of day 66, but... Beyond those three things, literally nothing happened. Day 67. Day 67, the roof was officially done. I managed to finish up the entire roof. However, The roof did look rather sloppy, and in some areas, let's just say I had a kind of a problem with like symmetry and making the roof look good at a distance. However, after a while, I kind of just said, you know what, screw it with the roof, and I decided, you know what, I'm done with the roof. Probably not going to be seeing it much anyway, so I just kind of said, screw it, let's just stick with the roof I got, and that's exactly what I ended up doing. So, after I was on the roof, I went below, like, I went in my house, my new house, and I had to ungreenify everything, which took forever. A lot of button mashing there, gonna be honest, not really anything very exciting. Although I will say, while I was repairing it, Human actually decided to come over, and seeing that Human actually enjoys this sort of thing, I asked Human, hey, you want to go help with the roof? And he's like, yeah, sure, why not? And he looked over the roof, and yeah, by the end of the build, the roof looked way better. I'm kind of envious of how Human can just build things, and they automatically just look good. Meanwhile, I can spend 7 days building a house that doesn't even have a functioning roof. Typical Human. After Human was done fixing up my roof, the next thing I wanted to do was, remember how I mentioned that open area in the middle of my square? Well, I decided, you know what, now is probably a good time to start putting stuff in there. So, I put the smelter in there, I put the charcoal kiln in there, and I hadn't quite set up all the infrastructure I wanted in there, but in the future there'd be chests in there would be torches, there would be basically everything I'd need to actually work in that area, but that's not super important right now. So, let's move on. Day 68 was kind of the finishing touches of the house. By saying day 68, the house was effectively done. And Human was also around the time where Human completely finished up his roof stuff. All the roof was done. It looked better. It looked neater. It looked just better in general. It wasn't just the roof either. He also went on the interior, added a little more depth to the structure. Overall, Human does what Human does. That just makes structures look a little better. So that's what he spent the rest of the day doing. Like I said, day 68 was just kind of touching up on the house. And then I want to say by about midday, maybe a little later, the house is officially done. So, here's the footage of that. Alright, we're done. Finally. Alright, to all the viewers out there who are watching this 100 days, first of all, I hope the series has been going well, because if it hasn't, well, I might cry myself to sleep, because this is taking way too long. Anyway, all that aside, let's give you a formal tour of the new house. And we're starting out with the part of the house that's the exact same as I left it. So, yeah. The only difference is it's just worse now. Crafting station is level 1, and the chests are much more sad than before. Dock is the exact same, still all green and sad. Yeah, I'm great at this. Moving on, let's go to the part of the house you actually saw me build for the past 7 days. Jesus Christ, 7 days. Anyway, here it is. Human did an excellent job with the roof. He helped with some of the roof stuff because, truth be told, I did a horrible job with the roof, so here you go. Here's the crafting bench with all its accompanying upgrades. Plan on doing a little more with this in the future, however, for the time being, this will be more than fine. Forge is level 1, also plan on doing more with this in the future, but like I said, right now this is good. Also got the red banner out here, you guys have probably noticed. Honestly, this is actually probably one of the easier things to make, because I just kind of happen to have everything, and then I just slapped it there. Hope to build more of those in the future. Love the banner. Here's the chest with all my cores, all the bronze, or little, if I have the, I don't have much bronze left, if I'm being honest, but, you know, that's where it will be. Here's some money, here's the furnace. Most of this area is just empty space with some support. Anyway, this area is mostly just support beams. Nothing too special here. Another workbench just to increase the building range, and then, yeah, some torches around. Oh, speaking of, I got the fancy torches now, which is really cool. These things take copper, because of course they do. Very, very annoying to make, but they look really cool, and I think they are more fuel efficient as well, so another huge win. And then there's the kiln, some more money, and there's Mysterious Palisades right outside my house, because Human thinks that me getting poked constantly is funny, which, to be fair, it kind of is, but also not at the... I wasn't trying to do that. It's not at the same time, so there's a tour of the house. If my questionable commentary... I haven't even done the commentary yet. Why am I questioning my future self? He probably knows a lot better than I do, so... Yeah, screw you, future me. What am I even saying? Anyway, get back to the voiceover. We're done here. Go. Cut. Cut to commercial or something. Day 69. Now that my house is officially done, I could do literally anything else. Like, I don't know, progress. I know. Crazy. But instead of doing that, I decided, well, actually, I didn't say we decided that, you know what, let's go do something trolly. So, just a bit of context here. We decided, you know what, we're going to go troll Bacon. Now, Human had suspected that Bacon thought he had a base under his house, which he didn't. However, we decided, you know what, let's put something under Bacon's house. So, we did. I'll let the footage speak for itself.
Oh no, the wiener is falling apart because you destroyed the ground it was supported on.
Oh, is there not? I thought there was still one rock connecting it. Okay, put support.
No, you destroyed it, remember?
Put support being under it. Put support being under it. After me and Human were done setting up the troll, we both got off for the night because we were tired, and then when we came back on the following day, well, let's just say Bacon was with us, and he found the troll pretty much immediately, and he misinterpreted it. So, yeah, here's the clip of that happening.
Oh, I see Human made a middle finger. That's fine. I'll wait until you find the giant hole under your house.
It's not quite a middle finger, but you can interpret it as that.
After all the trolling chicanery was done with, I really only had a singular goal for the rest of day 69, and that was to get tin. The only reason why I really wanted tin was because, well, I need bronze, and you need tin to make bronze, and I didn't have any tin. I did have copper, though, which is a first. So I had the copper to make bronze, but I didn't have the tin, and if for those of you who don't remember, you need, tin and copper to make bronze, and I need bronze for, well, everything. So I literally spent the entire rest of day 69 just looking for tin, and I found nothing. Not even a little. Yeah, I know, very anticlimactic, so let's move on. Day 70, still in the hunt for tin on day 70, however, unlike day 69, I actually found some success. Turns out tin only spawns in the Black Forest near water. Gonna be honest, I wish I knew that a lot earlier because I wasted so much time exploring areas where tin can't even spawn. Real jumbo brain there. Anyway, I finally managed to find some tin. It was right next to the Black Forest, and it went surprisingly smoothly. I'm gonna be honest, I have expected to get ambushed by a troll. Just gonna be brutally honest, I really wasn't expecting to go this smoothly. Also, while I was mining tin, I also found a copper vein. Gonna be honest, I don't think I ever went back to this copper vein, but I have it in my notes, so I might as well mention it, I guess. After I was done collecting tin, I want to say I had about 30 tin by the time my inventory was basically full. So I went back, and the rest of the day was just smelting the tin. Nothing really too complex there. Day 71, I finally got home by day 71, and day 71 started out pretty unextraordinary. All I was really doing was just smelting tin. That's really all I was doing. We were having stupid conversations, and I was just smelting stuff. However, while I was smelting, we all kind of came up with an idea, collective idea, and we kind of wanted to exchange weapons, because I had been complaining a lot about my bronze sword, and Bacon was like, oh, it's probably not that bad, you probably just suck with it. And he said obvious things like, oh, you just put the cursor on the enemy and he dies. Because, yes, Bacon, I haven't been putting the cursor on the enemy. Thank you for having such, confidence in my ability to use any sort of critical thinking. Appreciate that. Anyway, after that conversation was had, I'm like, okay, you know what? Let's trade weapons for a day. You know what? Let's do that. So, I traded my bronze sword for Bacon's bronze halberd. And also, Human was thrown into the mix because, yeah, Human mentioned the fact that his weapon was a flint axe. Yeah, and just to remind you, the flint axe, we crafted that thing on day 14. I'm looking at my day 14. That's when we made that thing. Oh my god, I am just now reading this. Okay, yeah, no, Human desperately needed a weapon upgrade, so I said, okay, you know what? When I'm done here, I'm gonna give you my bronze sword. And in exchange for me handing over my bronze sword, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna craft a new weapon. So I asked Bacon, hey, can you make me a mace? And he's like, yeah, sure. But before I was actually able to take the mace from him and use it, I was going to try out the halberd. He was going to try out my sword. So we went out. We tried our weapons respectively. I used his halberd. Beautiful. Loved it. It was great. The only downside with it is it's a little bulkier and it's a two-handed weapon, so you can't actually hold anything in your offhand. But still absolutely great. Bacon with my bronze sword, however, while it didn't go as horribly as I thought it would, there was still definitely some hit registration problems, which I was banking on because he had been making fun of me for a long time on that because he just saw me just missing my sword swings as a skill issue when it really wasn't. And yeah, he kind of got a taste of it. He didn't have as much problems as I usually do, but he definitely had some. And while we were kind of screwing around and we kind of separated a little bit to kind of, try our weapons, Bacon ends up dying via troll. So I went, and he also mentioned when he did die, he had a lot of stuff on him. One of the things he had is he had the mace on him that he crafted at the forge. He said, I'll give you the mace after we're done with the little expedition. However, seeing that he was dead, he just said, you know what, just go to my body, take the mace, and then we'll call it even. So that's exactly what I ended up doing. I went to his body, I found the mace, I took it. Turns out, though, right next to his body, there was a copper vein, so I quietly marked that down on the map. And I also tried to mine through the copper vein. However, I got ambushed by a whole lot of mobs, and I was just like, yeah, nope, not dealing with it. So before I ever really got to mining copper, I just had to get the heck out of there. So I did, with mace in hand, and right before I went back to my house, I handed over the bronze sword to Human because, sure, the bronze sword was a flawed weapon. No doubt about that. But it's a whole lot better than a flint axe, and Human was quite happy to have it, so I was happy to give it to him, and that was the end of day 71. The start of day 72, let's just say something rather, unfortunate happened. Yeah. Well, actually, now I think about it, technically this started, right towards the end of day 71, however, it really picked up steam by day 72, and I'm just gonna let the clip speak for itself.
Oh, now he's attacking your house, and there's nothing I can do because I have 1 health. One arrow, please.
Yeah, I'm on it. There we go, it's dead. I just had to mute. No way that hits me. No way. After the incredibly long battle was over, let's just say our base, and especially our community area, was completely destroyed. Some of their houses were damaged, heavily damaged. Human's bridges were kind of destroyed, which honestly I was actually thankful for destroying this, because that stupid bridge caused me so much pain.
Reduce the weight so I can actually maneuver around.
Okay, actually, Bacon, Bacon, come over here. I want to admire something really quick.
So,
remember the bridge that's caused us all our pain?
oh, thank the Lord.
Isn't this beautiful?
That is art.
we admired that part, but the community center being destroyed, now that really sucked. That was not great. We'd also all died just an ungodly amount, especially Human, whose tactic was to just charge at it. Yeah, that ended about as well as you'd expect. Yeah, by the end of the troll invasion, we were our base was trashed. The bridges were trashed. The community center was trashed. Everything was trashed. And because of this trashing, let's just say some tension was caused within the group, and let's just say a certain situation developed. I'm just gonna let it speak for itself on this one.
Okay, so fine. I'm calling a part of your house. We're living.
Whoa, no! I worked way too freaking hard on this. Sure.
I'm destroying this wall right here and extending this way.
Shut up. No.
What,
I mean, okay, Bacon. Literally
extend?
everything you're doing is something I've already done too, which is
I don't
great.
care. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna do it.
No, it's just that Spitfire now has to deal with this twice.
I spent forever on this base.
Look at me in the eyes. Look at me in the eyes. I'm moving it.
No, you're not moving it. Okay, fine. Here's what we'll do, Bacon. All right. You know what? Come here.
Okay.
If you are actually serious about this, this is where you'll live. You'll live upstairs. You'll live in the attic. This is where you're gonna live.
Yeah, in the smoke chimney.
Yes.
Thanks.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I'm literally gonna extend your house and build my own room.
No. Stop. No, I built this facility for the sole reason.
Look at me.
Of managing my items, for managing my stuff.
Look at me in the eyes. Look at me in the eyes. I am the captain now.
No, you're not.
I am
No,
the captain.
you were never the
I am the
captain.
captain.
Never.
I am the captain.
No.
I am the captain.
No.
I am the captain.
You still have your house.
I am
no,
the captain.
No,
We're
get
moving
out.
on.
No,
I'm-
no, actually, don't play. This actually might collapse. Don't do that.
No, it won't. It'll be fine. As long as it's 2 walls, you'll be fine.
After me and Bacon argued for an extended period of time, I decided, you know what, I can't be arguing with this man all day, so I spent the rest of day 72, I simply just went out, got copper, and once again, it went with pretty much no interruption. There was a ton of mobs out, but the mace made quick work of any enemy, and there was no hit registration problem, so yeah, the mace did great. I love the mace. The mace was awesome. Definitely better than the sword. Not even a debate, but by the end of the night, I had I want to say I had about at least 20 copper, so I was pretty happy with it, and then I decided, you know what, alright, I think it's time to go home, so I walked home. Day 73, I arrived back at my house, and immediately me and Bacon had an argument again, so yeah, you get to watch more of me and Bacon bickering, so enjoy that. What is the meaning of this?
Hey, man.
Get down from there. You realize the whole purpose. Deal with it. Okay.
You're destroying my things.
I destroyed your things. You're on my property. Get out. You are aware that the whole reason why this design's open so we don't get the smoked debuff, right? And you putting a floor above it ruins the whole thing.
There's no campfire here, is there? I don't think so.
Yeah, instead there's a furnace. Heating up metals to several thousand degrees.
Go fuck yourself.
No, you go screw yourself.
This is my home now.
No, it's not. Get out of here.
You
Wait, that killed you. You deserve that. Yeah, you totally deserve that.
I'm coming to destroy your whole.
Wait, do I destroy his bed?
No, destroy his whole house. Human, start destroying.
You know what the boss man said?
Get out of here.
You'll never find me.
I have
You
the...
mother, you destroyed the bed! I have the wall all the way down!
That was Spitfire, that was me.
No, the bed's still up. The bed's still here.
I just don't think you slept on it.
I think Bacon's just dumb.
I can't, it doesn't have a roof. I can't. I'm giving you guys shit.
I'm
Alright,
taking my ground back.
That's it, I'm gonna go live under your base over here then.
Get.
Taking my floor back.
Get.
Okay, listen, the bit's over with Human.
I'm
Start
more.
destroying shit.
After Bacon was done with his chicanery, and he finally decided to go home, all I really ended up doing was just blacksmithing. I'm going to spare you the details here. All you need to know is I smelted some copper, I put some tin together, made some bronze, and by the end of the session, I officially built myself a bronze axe, which this is something I wanted for a really long time, because the bronze axe enables you to mine birch trees, which enables you to get fine wood, and fine wood is used for many different things. It's used for teleporters, it's used for furniture, it's used for... There's just a ton of different utility for fine wood. But all you need to know is I have access to it now, and I fully planned on using it. So the first thing I want to do is I want to set up a teleporter from my house to Fort Shirk. And turns out Bacon had the exact same idea, and he was actually literally in the process of doing the same thing as I mentioned it. So turns out Bacon already had a teleporter up there. I'm like, okay. I set up a teleport at my base, we connected them, and it was just a simple matter of just walking through. At least, that's what we thought. There were some technical problems going through. I don't really know where this is going to...
Please tell me you didn't name...
Oh, hey.
It's Shirk, not Shrek. It's Shirk.
Right, yes, it's Shirk. It's always been Shirk.
Wait, just unconnected.
Bacon.
I didn't do anything.
Bacon! What do you mean it's
Because you now trapped at the
unconnected?
Shirk fob.
You have to walk back is what that means.
No.
because- oh, wait, hold on, let me just
You
look-
have another
I got
teleporter
it.
set up.
You realize I'm over here. Yeah.
Hold on, I
Yeah,
got
it's
it.
also that.
There we go. No?
How does this
But that
work?
implant want to help you. I'm stealing one of
You have
friend's
it there.
sultering
I'm going
cores.
through it.
It
Before
does-
we
it's
screw
because
this up.
it's because you didn't name it. You fucking idiot.
What do I name it?
Shrek!
Shirk.
Alright. I will name it Shirk. However, after we kind of got the issues sorted out, it wasn't really a big deal. I mean, at least I had a decent idea of how the teleporters worked, and yeah, there was definitely, it was a little janky at first, but we ended up getting a hang of it eventually. When we were done testing our portals, we also ended up making a new item, because with Finewood I had access to a bunch of new things, and one of those things was a ward. Now, the description reads for the ward, it basically just says that when you have this activated, no one can tamper with your house. They can't break things, they can't build things, they can't even open doors. So this thing was basically just an anti-trolling shield, which sounded absolutely amazing, and I wanted one immediately. So I immediately thought about building one, and I did, and it worked. Bacon, whenever Bacon entered my house, like the teleporter, he wasn't able to open any doors, he wasn't able to break anything, so yeah, it worked pretty much perfectly. I wanted to trap him in there, but then, he just used the teleporter and just went back through. Yeah, probably should have thought about that. But I basically spent the rest of the day just kind of screwing around with the warp, and that was the end of day 73. Day 74. So, day 74 started out by me and Human just testing out the ward. And we figured out pretty quickly that this thing has some immense trolling potential, because fun thing about the ward is you can just put it in some random stranger's house, and they can't interact with any of their chests, they can't open their own doors. Yeah, the trolling potential is absolutely immense, and yeah, we tested it out. Yeah, it works pretty much flawlessly. So, naturally, we decided to put one in Brian's basement. However, there were some problems with that, so we had to destroy it later, because I was trying to build over there and it wouldn't let me, so we had to destroy it. But that is probably a troll we are going to use in the future, but for the time being, it was just too annoying for us to deal with, so yeah. After me and Hume were done with a little trolling session, Bacon finally got back on, and honestly, there were two major things that happened today. The first one was I went hunting, because me and Bacon had wanted to go back to the swamp for quite some time now. However, we were a little distracted with, well, everything. Me with my building my house, and Bacon with just upgrading his gear and trying to get food. And I was in the same boat, I also needed food as well, so largely spent day 74 just hunting deer, boar, neck, etc. And Human, in the meantime, was rebuilding the community center, because it had been completely trash. And I gotta say, it turned out pretty good, not gonna lie. At least the first initial structure he had, pretty good. Not gonna lie. Well done, Human. Well done. And right at the end of day 74, I was experimenting with item stands, which, I don't know, that was kind of random to include in the script, but I figured you guys should mention it. And yeah, it turns out the item stands I selected were just, you could only really put like weapons and utility stuff on them, but still a cool little factoid, so let's move on. Day 75. By day 75, me and Bacon were ready to go back to the swamp. We had our equipment, we had our food, we had everything we needed. So we went to the teleporter, we arrived at Fort Shirk, and we began walking right to the swamp. And turns out that, yeah, the part of the swamp we had explored, yeah, that was like the tiniest outskirts of the swamp. Yeah, it turns out we could have literally just walked right in, basically. All we had to do was just go around, and then we could have just walked there. No boat necessary, so hey, it makes our job a whole lot easier. Then we actually arrived at the swamp and began exploring it properly. We immediately ran across a whole bunch of mobs, a whole bunch of trees, and we also came across these like green blobs attached to like trees, and then when you mine the blobs, they drop goo, which as far as I can tell, you can only use for green banners, so not particularly helpful. However, me and Bacon continued exploring, and we found something rather strange. We found a spawner. However, unlike every other spawner we've encountered thus far, it literally is just a giant pillar of fire, and it spawns like these little firemen, and then when you kill them, they drop sterling cores, so kind of random, but it was still pretty cool. After we and Bacon figured that out, we could just continue to explore the swamp, and we didn't really find too much other than a whole lot of mobs, and then we decided that, you know what, see that little island over there with a tiny spawner? Let's go over there. So we crossed an incredibly sketchy bridge, and I hesitate to even call it a bridge. It was literally just a giant tree. We went over, and we realized that it was actually 4 spawners, not 1 spawner. And we got overwhelmed very quickly, especially seeing that we had no clear escape route. Bacon died first, and then I tried running away. I got pretty far, but then I was shot down by an arrow, so yeah, that was unfortunate. Day 76. Day 76, spawned back at my house, tried to run back to my stuff, and died along the way. I can't even remember what I died to, it just says dot. My note just says I died, so I'm gonna trust myself on that one. Yeah, I died. So, after that, I respawned again. I realized, okay, so we're going to need to set a spawn a little closer because Fort Shirk is incredibly far away to where we actually want to be. So my plan was, okay, I'll just get an axe, get a hammer, and we'll just build like a little outpost right next to the swamp. We'll like make a bed, set a spawn point, yada, yada, yada. So I went to go cut down trees, and then a tree murdered me. You know, I really thought I would have learned my lesson by now with the trees. Nope. Day 76, still dying to trees. That's good. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I love my life. After I died to the tree, I got my wood. Human also handed me some wood on the way out, and I was able to walk back successfully. I set up a little outpost. I would hardly even call it an outpost. It was more like a tent. I basically I went right next to my stuff, set up a workbench, set up some walls, set up some beds, set my spawn point, and then me and Bacon discovered, for every reason on a map, there was a money bag. Now, we had no idea what it meant. We knew it was important, so naturally we were going to investigate. However, first I needed to get my stuff back, so I set my spawn point in my bed, and I attempted to get my stuff back, and the first time we tried to get my stuff back, I died. And fortunately, however, the second time when we tried to do it, it was successful, so we went in. It was actually pretty easy, relatively speaking, because I died pretty close to the shore, so it was just a pretty quick, just snatch. So, got my stuff back, put on all my gear, ate my food, etc., and me and Bacon started making our way to the money bag. But before we got to the money bag, we found an entire abandoned village. Now, typically, with structures like this, there's typically only, one, and it's like a tiny little house. However, this was like a whole village, which is something we had never actually seen before. However, the village was completely occupied with swamp enemies. So, yeah, we just kind of ran right past all that noise and immediately went on to the money bag. As we went past the broken village, turns out there was also a troll cave, literally right there. So, yeah, we had to kind of just ignore the troll for the most part, and we decided to just book it for the money bag. And when we got there, let's just say what I found was, I shouldn't say unexpected, or well, part of it was unexpected, but part of it was also not expected. I'll just let the clip speak for itself on this one. Oh my!
Hello, Helidor. Oh, that's the bear thing. That's the other thing you can tame.
Oh.
It's a Halesteam.
Hello there, sir.
Hawk. Oh yeah, this is where you get a Ural cat.
Hat.
Dervin circle.
Flesh, fishing rod. Fishing. Oh, this is where the okay. Thunderstone, crackle with energy. Wait, are those bronze helmets or are those silver? I can't tell.
Oh no, those are silver.
Those swords are definitely silver. So after we interacted with the trader and we kind of just hid in the shield for a while, me and Bacon came up with the idea of, hey, we should probably just set up a teleporter here so we don't have to run all the way back and forth, every single time we want to do literally anything. So that's what we thought about doing. However, we lacked the materials to actually build a teleporter. We had everything we had everything we needed. We had the bronze axe, we had some sterling cores from the swamp. The only thing we were missing was fine wood, which I had a bronze axe and I could easily, it was going to be pretty easy for me to chop down trees and get fine wood that way. So that is what I thought about doing. However, before I was able to do that, the day ended. So let's move on. Day 77. Day 77, I went out to get fine wood. However, I was pretty much being harassed by mobs the entire way there. I mean, it was just a constant struggle, but hey, it was more opportunities for me to test out my mace, so that was pretty cool. Also, while I was out there, yeah, I got to see troll versus swamp enemies. Yeah, the swamp enemies got absolutely annihilated. It wasn't even close. Trolls are OP. I'm telling you, they are absolutely busted. Anyway, after I watched that display and got all the fine wood I needed, I went back, me and Bacon gave me all the materials, and I plopped down the teleporter, and we were just able to just hook it up to our home base, so we just kind of walked right through, and bada bing, bada boom, we were home. After I got home and kind of recuperated a little bit, I decided to go back to the swamp because there was one item in particular that I was looking for. I was looking for blood bags, and blood bags drop from leeches, and what you use the blood bags for is for potions and special food items and such, so I went to go grind some blood bags, and it was actually a pretty standard procedure. It wasn't really too bad at all. Honestly, all you're really missing here is a lot of boring grinding. However, my beautiful grinding session was interrupted by, of course, the troll, because, as long as the trolls walk this earth, I can't have a nice thing. So, naturally, I got interrupted by the troll, had to bait him around a little bit, and I decided that, you know what, this isn't worth it. I have 7 blood bags, let's just go home. So, Pretty much that's exactly what I ended up doing. And before I got to the teleporter, it turns out whenever you go in like the shield around the trader, all mobs just de-aggro from you, which is a very good fact to know. I will definitely be utilizing that in the future. So, yeah. After I got home, one of the first things I did is I made like a tin like cooking pot, and when I had the cooking pot, I had access to a bunch of different recipes. However, turns out you need honey for basically everything, which, fun fact, I don't have any honey. The only person who has ever had honey is Bacon, so I asked him, hey, how do you get honey? He's like, oh yeah, just build a beehive. You need 10 wood and a queen bee, which I had both of, so I made an open space because the beehive needs open space to actually work. At least that's what Bacon tells me. So I made an open space, chunked it down the middle, and that was the end of day 77. Day 78. So, day 78, starting out by upgrading my workbench. Not really anything too notable here. All I did was just slap down a workbench upgrade. However, that upgrade took bronze, and yeah, that upgrade used the last of my bronze. So I'm like, okay, I may not need bronze now, but I'm probably going to need it later. So I should probably go get some bronze. And that's pretty much exactly what I went to go do. So I took my bronze pickaxe, and I went out to go get more copper because, of course, I need more copper. It's copper. Why would I? Yeah, no, I just need copper. I've never heard that story before, so I'm going to spare you the details here, and all you need to know is I went out there, I mined some copper, I tried doing some chicanery with a cart, but it didn't really work, to be honest, and well, it's not important, don't worry about that. All you need to know is I got copper with pretty little hassle. The only thing that held me up was, well, the copper vein I went to, which was actually pretty close to home. Yeah, I tried to repair my pickaxe. Small problem, it's a bronze pickaxe, and you can't repair it with the typical cheese setup I've been using, which is just workbench, wall, roof, which takes like 10 seconds to build. Yeah, you can't do that with bronze tools. No, you need a forge for that, which I didn't have, so I had to make 2 separate trips. And yeah, that was mostly what I was doing for the entirety of day 78. Day 79, I got home, put all my copper in the furnace, and guess what? I went out, I got more copper. I'm gonna be honest here, there really isn't much else to say. A lot more copper mining. However, while we were copper mining, well, we came up with a plan. And the plan was, well, remember that continent human apparently found while me and Bacon were off doing some chicanery in the swamp? Yeah, we figured, we should probably go check that out. So we said, okay, day 80, let's go check it out. And the plan was made. However, we weren't ready yet, and I was still mining copper, so couldn't really do anything at the moment, but, I got more copper. Oh, and I did some brief chest organization, but you probably don't want to hear about that, so let's move on. By day 80, I was done with all the mining, I was done with all the smelting, all that stuff. All that was left for us to do was to build the boat, because apparently our previous boat that we had used to travel was completely trashed. I don't know how it happened. I also don't know how all of our material that we used for said boat ended up at the bottom of the ocean. I tried asking questions, I didn't get any answers, so yeah, apparently 80 bronze nails were at the bottom of the ocean, so I had to use the bronze I had just blacksmith to make it. Not all my bronze, mind you, but enough to make me mildly annoyed. Still got the nails, just kind of annoying, but we got it anyway. And I also did some hunting before we headed out because, well, we were kind of lacking on the whole food situation, and seeing that Human mentioned that this island is apparently really, really dangerous, me and Bacon prepared for it like it was a dungeon, which it was a lot worse than a dungeon, but I'll save that for later. Another thing we did before we left was we loaded the ship's cargo bay with a bunch of portal materials. So we got fine wood, cores, and dwarf eyes, which you need to make teleporters. And we figured once we get there, we're gonna set up a base, set up a teleporter, so we can just go seamlessly to and from the continent back to our original base. Which that was one of the few things. That was one of the few parts of this plan that actually worked as intended. After that, we went for a very, very relaxing boat ride. We saw some nice scenery, and we had a very, very, zen experience.
Hey, can I blast it yet?
Nope, yeah, I think we're good. I think you can blast it now.
Alright.
There we go. Can you hear it? Listen.
I mean,
It's like a really crappy radio, but yeah, it's there.
This is like a radio that's been shot. I love the sound of someone rubbing a razor blade in a styrofoam can.
So bad. The soundboard on the OBS is just freaking out. Like, it doesn't know what it's listening to.
I'm not gonna thank you for whatever that was.
Extremely loud Indian music? Yes, please.
Wait, that was Indian music?
I don't know what that was.
No, that was SpongeBob's
That was okay.
SpongeBob SquarePants theme song, but extremely loud ear rape version.
What is that in the water?
What?
You don't need
Oh,
to
hey,
know.
we might be finding a Leviathan.
No, it looks more like a crate to be honest. Oh wait, can you get struck by lightning in this game? I've never had that happen.
You don't want to find out.
Oh, wait, I'm wearing all metal. Is
Oh
that gonna
shit,
be a
we're
problem?
riding the wave.
That might be a problem. When we arrived on the island, it was actually starting to get dark. Yeah, it had taken us quite some time to get over there. However, when we got there, the first thing that me and Bacon did is we went exploring, and Human held back to basically just set up camp, make the teleporter, yada, yada, yada. And me and Bacon went out, and honestly, we didn't really find anything of significance. I mean, there were more mobs, and the mobs are generally a little tougher, but honestly, if we weren't, like, actively looking for it, we probably wouldn't have even noticed. We did, however, notice that there was a bit of, like, a mountainside, and, yeah, that mountainside would come back to haunt Bacon a lot, and me, actually. Yikes, that mountain was rough. But beyond that, not anything real interesting happened for the rest of day 81, so let's move on. So, day 81. Oh boy, this was a rough day. Oh boy. Okay, where do I even start with this? Okay, so day 81 started out pretty chill. All we were doing was we were simply exploring, minding our own business. And while I was minding my own business, I fell into a river. Now, typically, okay, not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. So, I wasn't really too worried initially. However, fun thing about this river is it's considered to be in the mountain biome, even though it isn't even in the mountain at all. It's literally right next to a dark forest. But yeah, fun thing about this river. Yeah, when you stand it, you freeze to death. And you die very quickly. So, that 90 health I had, yeah, that didn't last very long. And I died in probably the worst possible spot. I died in the middle of the river by a mountain that was capable of making you freeze to death. Yeah, this caused quite a few problems, let's just say. So, first one, I died in a river. Rivers in this game are the absolute worst because the way, like, the swimming mechanics in this game, I don't get me wrong, I love this game, but the swimming mechanics in this game, utterly atrocious. Hate them so much. Because swimming works where you use stamina, right? And then when you run out of stamina, you drown. It is such a terrible mechanic. Couple that with the fact that I died in an area where I could be considered freezing to death. So, couple that with the fact that I'm not only freezing to death, I'm also drowning and being harassed by mobs. Yeah, I think you can tell how this goes. So, I'm going to spare you details here. And all you need to know is that I died in ungodly amount of times just trying to get my stuff back. However, I took a brief intermission. I went back to my base. I'm like, okay, I need to figure out a way to stop freezing to this. So, maybe if I just bring, like, some wood and some stone and make some campfires as I go along, maybe I won't freeze to death. And you know what? That plan was smart. However, I got cornered in a river and died to a bunch of mobs. Yeah, that was great. Oh, and also, did I forget to mention, since, I can't have a nice thing. Yeah, trolls showed up, because, of course they did. Whenever there's a bad thing in this world, 90% of the time, a troll is there, so... Yay. Yeah, all you need to know is that there was a lot of death here. Okay, just a stupid amount of death. I spent the entirety of day 82 getting absolutely annihilated, and Bacon... Oh boy, Bacon might have had a worse day than I did, but believe me, that is saying a lot. Yeah, it turns out Bacon encountered a dragon. He didn't give me any gameplay to work with, and he did a pretty bad job of describing what it is, so... I don't really have any gameplay to show you here, at least not right now. Maybe I will later. But whatever you're seeing right now, yeah, all you need to know is, yeah, Bacon apparently got absolutely annihilated by a dragon. So, yeah, we were having a grand old time. And oh yeah, Human, yeah, he was still just kind of building up the base at this point. He got the teleporter up and running, which, I mean, hey, that was nice. But beyond that, he didn't really do too much today. So, yeah, let's go move on. So by day 82, Bacon had officially rage quit. He was just done. I know he's never going to admit he rage quitted, but he 100% rage quitted. He literally was just like, nope, I'm done. See you never. I'm logging out. See you later. And I decided that, you know what? No, I want to get my stuff back before we get off today. So I requested Human's help, and he very slowly but surely helped me. It took him a little while to get everything together, but he did help eventually, and thankfully, after, I want to say this is probably attempt 6 to get my stuff back, I actually got my stuff back, which was great. And then, as I'm running back, Human died in the river, in the exact same spot I had just died, like initially. So, we did all that work, and then only for all of it to be thrown away, because Human made the exact same mistake I did.
Holy shit.
Boy.
A troll decided to say hello.
No,
a troll
we
in
just
River
got
Knight
out of
and
this
27
problem.
health. Oh,
no.
shit.
Oh my
I'm
god,
dead.
we just got out of this situation.
It's literally exactly where you died.
Oh, Human. No, we just got out of this. Good, it's great. Yeah, no, it's good. Fortunately for Human, though, it was nowhere near as painful as a process as it was for me, because I was there and we had campfire set up and we had a pathway to it, so it was pretty easy and Human got his stuff back real easy. However, when he got his stuff back, oh, you're gonna love this. We got invaded by trolls. Yeah, we got like the ground is shaking prompt and trolls started attacking us. Yeah, we're getting off this godforsaken island. We're never coming back. No, I don't want it. We get to the teleporter. Or go on the boat. Either one works. Because, you know, I can't have a nice thing in this world without a troll barging in and ruining everything. Because that's, I swear, that is the only purpose this mob serves. And as you're running back, Human died. Again, however, Human died in a much more convenient spot. Like, he didn't die in the river, and he actually died somewhat close to base. So, at least there was that. I got out okay, which was also great news. However, after like that whole debacle, me and Human just said, you know what? No, we're done for today. We don't want to do this anymore. So after day 82, we logged off. So let's move on to day 83, which hopefully is a little more prosperous. Day 83 started up by doing something I should have done a long time ago, and that's upgrade my gear. Specifically, upgraded my chest piece and my helmet because, well, both those things they were just in desperate need of an upgrade. If I'm being totally honest here. Yeah, it wasn't really nothing too special. As far as I can tell, the only thing the upgrade did was it increased its armor from 8 to 10, which overall gave me an armor boost of about 4 points, which isn't amazing. It's not great, but I'll take anything I can get. However, this did burn up the rest of my bronze reserves. However, I did have a bunch of copper that I could use to make bronze, but I was going to be using that bronze in a moment. However, before I decided to go use that bronze, I first wanted to go to spawn for 2 reasons. 1, I wanted to switch my power out, and 2, I wanted to get some clues on where we'd be fighting the next boss, because up to this point, we only had a vague suspicion where we'd fight the next boss, which would be in the swamp, because, you know, we had a swamp key from the Elder. But we'd been in the swamp, and we didn't know what we used it on. And there was just nothing there, so we didn't really know what to do with the swamp key, so I was hoping when I went to spawn, I'd read, like, the stone. It'd give me a little bit more hints, but the primary reason why I went there was to change up my power, because, yeah, faster wood cutting is only so useful, and I figured I probably wouldn't be cutting down much wood for a long time, so probably about time I swap it out. And so, I went to spawn, swapped to the power, and the hints I got was pretty unhelpful, I'm gonna be honest here. In the moment, it may have been, I thought it was helpful, but it really wasn't. All it really told me was, hey, it's in the swamp. That's it. That doesn't help me at all, because we've been to the swamp and we found, well, squat, really. We didn't find anything. Although, to be fair, maybe we haven't explored the whole thing yet. Honestly, I don't know, but Yeah, not really helpful. So after our spawn mishaps, I decided to go back to base, and just for the heck of it, I decided to build the forge cooler, which is a forge upgrade, which allows me to upgrade my equipment to level 3. Not that I have the capability to do that, because the forge cooler takes 10 bronze to make, and, or sorry, no, 10 copper to make, and I had just, I had 13 copper total, so so after I was done with the forge cooler, I had no bronze, no tin, and 3 copper. So I was not in a position to be upgrading anything, especially to level 3, but I had it, so that was kind of cool, I guess. After I was done with the forge cooler, I decided that, what? I think it's long past time to go over to the merchant and see what he has. So I gathered all my money together, like all over the house, and I also went to Fort Shirk because I remember I left some money there. So I got all my money together, and I believe it amounted to something around 400 to 500 coins or so. And then I went to the teleporter, and except for the part where I didn't. Yeah, it turns out the teleporter. Yeah, I didn't remember the name of the teleporter to the merchant. I had no idea what we named it, so I DM'd Bacon, and spoiler alert, he didn't know either, so yeah. I spent the entire night just guessing names. Didn't get anything done that night. Just tried to figure out what the name of the teleporter was, because the idea of going there on foot sounded absolutely stupid, and I was praying that I'd get it right, and fun fact, I did not. And that's the end of day 83. Day 84. So, by day 84, I had officially received the news that, yeah, Bacon didn't know what the teleporter name was. And by the way, Bacon wasn't in the server at the current moment because he was busy with other stuff. But I DM'd him, and he didn't know what the portal name was. Brian didn't know what the portal tag was. Human didn't know what the portal tag was. And I certainly didn't know what the tag was. So, I unfortunately had to settle for the next best thing, and that was to teleport to Fort Shirk and walk all the way over to the merchant, which... yeah, that walk there is incredibly dangerous because you have to go through the Black Forest, the swamp, and just a whole lot of bad to get to the merchant. Like, troll caves, dungeons, that sort of thing. So, honestly, as the journey itself there was pretty dicey. I nearly died on multiple occasions. However, whether it be a mix of luck and or skill, I was able to get through. I got to the merchant with I wouldn't say no difficulties, but a few difficulties. I did almost die to a leech and a drog. Oh, and a troll. Yeah, the troll obviously was chasing me because, this wouldn't be a Valheim, playthrough if I wasn't being harassed by trolls. So, once I got to the merchant, I was fine, and I settled on, what? I only have about 500 gold, so I can't afford, the hat that gives me super strength, so I'll settle on a fishing rod, along with its accompanying bait. So I bought it, and this ate up the entirety of my gold reserves, so... oh boy, that was kind of rough, but... I got a fishing rod now, and while I was there was already a teleporter set up there, we just didn't know what the tag was, so I destroyed the old teleporter there, I set up a new one, I named it Money, so I wouldn't forget the name, and then I used it to just teleport home. And when I got home, the first thing I did was... well, actually, I went to Human's place, because apparently Human had basically redone his entire house, and he had a dock, conveniently, and I figured, you know what, I'm going to go fishing, so I might as well use his dock, so... energy dock big. Ah! After touring his house for a little bit, I went to go fish, and, oh boy, fishing. I don't get it. At least as the time of recording this, I do not understand how fishing works, because I cast the fishing rod, I hook a fish, and then I'm going to try and reel it in, it immediately unhooks. I have no clue how to fish. I don't get it. I spent a good, 5-10 minutes trying to figure out how fishing worked, and I just didn't get anywhere. Seriously, I tried and failed so many times, it was actually kind of depressing. So, yeah, honestly, there really isn't much else to mention here, but... I tried fishing, it just didn't work out. Yeah, let's move on to day 85. When we returned on day 85, and when I say we, I mean myself, Human, and Brian, because Brian finally decided to go on day 85. It was about time. After all that was done, day 85, I was just kind of indecisive. I'm gonna be honest here, after I failed my fishing session, I didn't really have any plans. And seeing that Brian was on for the first time in forever, I kind of just showed him around of everything new, essentially. Not a whole lot was done on day 85, and my notes literally just say, I was indecisive. So I'm going to assume that I was just doing a bunch of menial tasks that aren't that important. Gonna be honest here, day 85 is kind of a blank for me. I don't think I did much. I think I just kind of walked around and just talked. So, not really a whole lot to talk about when it comes to day 85. Let's move on. Day 86, which was a lot more decisive than day 85. Day 86, I went to the swamp. And I was looking for something very particular. I was looking for just anything, because from the stone that I read at spawn, there had to be some form of boss altar or spawner or something in the swamp. At least I thought there would be. However, before I found anything, I found something that I was not looking for, but was, well, kind of terrifying if I'm being honest. What is that? 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 No, 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 no. What are you? What are you? What are you? What is that abomination? It is literally called an abomination. What is that? No, no, no. I take it back. Okay. Hey troll, where are you at? I could really use you right now. Kill it with fire. Do I have fire? I don't know.
Fire.
What is that? What is that? Oh god, I do
You
no
okay
damage.
there, mate?
Oh god, I do no damage. Oh no, I do no damage. I don't know what this thing is, and I hate it. Hey, troll, can I borrow you for a little while?
You ever play the original Fallout?
After seeing the literal abomination, and after it kind of just decided to de-aggro somewhere else, I kind of looped around to the other side of the swamp, and I saw a structure. I couldn't really make out much. I just saw, like, a green torch and a red light. So I really didn't know what it was. I just didn't know what the structure was. I hadn't seen anything like it, so I'm like, that looks like a dungeon, so let's go investigate. However, the small problem was it was over water, and we had no way of safely getting over water without a bridge or a boat. So I called the best engineer I know, and believe me, I don't know many engineers. So I called Human over, and, well, let's just say we kind of gathered wood, and we made plans. Like, we just tried figuring out what the heck we were going to do. So, yeah, let's just say the next day was going to be rather interesting, let's just say. Speaking of, Day 87, me and Human officially began the construction. Also, this is around the time where Bacon got on, so that was pretty cool. He wasn't talking to us for any real reason. I don't know why he decided not to talk, but, I mean, hey, that's Bacon being Bacon. And as for Brian, I don't think Brian was doing much. I think he was just expanding his house, which, just, spoiler alert, his house actually does end up looking pretty good by the end of this, but just all you need to know is Brian was building, Bacon was trying to get his stuff back still from Troll Island, and me and Human were building a bridge. However, well, let's just say the first bridge we built, yeah, I may or may not have asked him to build it in the wrong spot. As a matter of fact, we actually ended up building it to the first spawner. Wait, remember that spawner me and Bacon died at? Yeah. We built it to there, and the results were quite bad. We died a lot. However, after a few deaths, and thankfully we had set our spawn point close by, so the deaths weren't really a big deal or time loss, because we figured this was probably going to happen. I mean, it is the swamp after all, so after that was all settled, and we realized that we were building in the wrong spot, apparently Brian and Bacon were being attacked by a sea monster, and apparently it was absolutely annihilating my base.
I'm about to die.
That's a problem, is what
And
that
I'm
is.
dead.
What did you die to, Brian?
Yeah, we're a bit more dead than you're about to be.
Skeletons, and there's some sea monster looking thing in your base.
What? You are kidding.
Okay, I'm headed back to your base to
You're
investigate.
no.
And Bacon on the roof in the back.
No. You're joking. Please tell me you're kidding.
No.
Please
I literally died at your base.
Please tell me you're joking.
To a sea monster looking thing.
No. I swear to God. I'm gonna be honest, I thought they were completely trolling me. So it took me a little while to react. However, when I figured out that, wait, they actually might be serious, I rushed all the way home, went through the teleporter, and when I got there, there was just nothing. I mean, my house was slightly damaged, and I saw those two just sitting on my roof. Also, for whatever reason, there was a bunch of tombstones in my yard, because Human is just that kind of guy. But there was no sea monster. Apparently, they had slayed it, even though Bacon refused to actually drop any items. So I don't know whether they just made this up as a bit, or whether there was actually a sea monster in my house. I don't really know what to tell you. I'm gonna be honest here. After that whole situation was dealt with, and I put air quotes around dealt with because it really wasn't a situation to begin with. After I walked all the way back to my back to the swamp, I encountered something rather interesting. I encountered a wraith for the first time, or at least the first time I've actually acknowledged the wraith. And I watched it like 1v6 a bunch of dwarfs, and holy god, that thing is kind of terrifying. After it killed the dwarfs or goblins or whatever they're called, I shot it with a few arrows and it died, and it dropped this thing called a chain. Now, the chain didn't really, like, the item it dropped, it just didn't have many practical applications. I think it was, like, one forge upgrade, which, if you've been paying attention, I can't even use most of my forge upgrades, so I really didn't need another one, but it was still kind of cool regardless. Day 88, we planned on just trying to construct the bridge in day 88, however, progress was, incredibly slow. However, while we were constructing the bridge, an abomination appeared, and we figured, you know what, actually? We have an idea. So you know how trolls hate every single enemy type in the swamp and vice versa? Well, what would happen if, we were to aggro a troll and an abomination? So that's exactly what we ended up doing, and we watched a pretty epic fight go down. However, let's just say the result was kind of terrifying, I'm going to be honest. Oh! The troll's not hitting any shots. Hold on, back up. This is a fight. Oh, heck yeah. I think the Abomination's winning, but it's not, it's a relatively easy fight, though.
The troll hasn't really gotten many hits off, but I think it does more damage per hit.
Yeah. But the Abomination definitely has more health to work with. Should have, like, epic, like, action commentary over this. Oh, ooh, the troll's getting wrecked! Oh my god.
Yeah, this is a decisive win.
I'm gonna do fair. Oh, okay, I wasn't paying attention. Yikes. Yeah, this troll's getting mocked. Wow. After the troll got absolutely wrecked, I mean, the thing, yeah, it was not, the fight wasn't even close. It was not even remotely close. The troll got absolutely bodied by this thing, which was kind of terrifying because we couldn't really kill trolls. And if this thing is that powerful, we're probably not going to be able to kill this thing anytime soon either. So, yeah, that was kind of worrisome. And on top of all that, yeah, it turns out we were standing a little too close when we watched their fight, and the Abomination immediately aggroed a human. So we both spent the next 5 minutes just trying to run away from this thing and de-aggroing it away, which, after a while, eventually worked. Human died once, and that was pretty much that. After the Abomination de-aggroed or despawned or whatever the situation was with it, after it just kind of, left, we came up with a different plan, because bridging to this thing, like, bridging to the structure just wasn't going to work at all. We just kept getting harassed by mobs constantly, so we came up with a better idea. The plan was, we'd set up, like, a port, put a boat in it, and we'd just sail over to the structure to figure out what it was. So, that's pretty much what we thought about doing. However, there wasn't really a whole lot of time left, and we still needed a lot of materials to pull this off, so we went home, and I kid you not, when I get home, and me and Human went AFK for a little bit, my house gets invaded by trolls. And just to make it even worse, the trolls had the best timing in the world, because when they attacked, I didn't have any food on me in my inventory. And worse yet, I didn't have any food in my house. Like, I had no cooked food, I had nothing. So, I got bodied by the troll pretty much immediately. However, fortunately, Human came back in a pretty timely manner, and he lured the trolls away. And then, when I spawned back, and I lured one of them back by me, and then I chased him around for a little bit until he literally deleted himself, like, 5 minutes later. I don't know what happened there. I'll take it, but yeah, no, the troll invasion, like, literally just deleted itself, which I'm not going to complain about, because that's excellent news for me. Day 89, by the start of day 89, Human repaired my house for him, which was kind of nice, which, to be fair, he was part of the reason why my house was attacked by trolls to begin with, because, 2 people being in my house, and the spawn's greater when there's more people. It's a whole thing. All you need to know is Human repaired my house, which is really nice of him to do, and he totally didn't have to do that, but I will happily take it. He repaired my house, and this is also around the time we started really scheming about how we'd get to that structure in the swamp. We came up with a few plans. I think the plan was we were going to set up a port close to the swamp, but not in the swamp itself, because the swamp is just too dangerous. So we'd set up a port outside of the swamp, we'd set up camp there, put the boat down, and then sail over to this mystery structure to figure out what this was once and for all. However, there was a few things that needed to be done before this could happen. The first thing we needed was a cartography table. Now, we had a cartography table, however, thanks to the great troll massacre and smashing of the community center, we didn't have the materials for it, and we had no idea what actually happened to the old one. I mean, I can imagine it was probably just, smashed into a million pieces, so we had to build a new one, which took a little while and was pretty annoying to make. And also, in the meantime, I decided to start a garden, because why not? And I also made sure this garden was very well fortified for no apparent reason. I don't know why I felt the need to put a bunch of spike walls around it, but hey, it was cool, I guess, so I don't know. And in the meantime, while I was doing this, Bacon was still trying to get his stuff back from Troll Island. And I believe he was on attempt 20. I don't know if that was an exaggeration. It's probably an exaggeration, but yeah, all you know is Bacon died a lot trying to get his stuff back. And spoiler alert, he doesn't get his stuff back anytime soon. So, yikes. Boy. This is also around the time I saw Brian's new house. While the exterior looked strange, to put it mildly, it was like, had this weird armor on it. I don't know, it was kind of strange. The inside of his house still looked pretty good, and he had a nice little area going. He had a nice campfire, he had a bunch of open space, some chests. Brian had a lot going for him. It was actually pretty cool. And after I saw that, I spent the rest of the night grinding resin, because I wanted fire arrows, because I figured against swamp enemies, fire is probably going to be a good thing to have. So, that's what I thought about doing, and I just kind of spent the rest of the night resin grinding. First thing that happened on day 90 was I made a cartography table after some, running around and getting materials together. I made a cartography table, and instead of putting it in my house, which in retrospect I probably should have, I decided to put it in Brian's house because, well, he didn't really have much utility in his house, and I felt kind of bad that he didn't really have, he had no anvil, no furnace, no kiln, no nothing. So I'm like, yeah, I'm also give this to Brian. He deserves a nice thing. So I slapped it down in his house, and after that was done, this was largely just a resource gathering day. We needed a lot of raw materials to build this port and the boat itself that we needed to, attack this structure. So we needed wood, core wood, fine wood, sterling cores, bronze nails. We needed a lot of stuff to pull this off. So we kind of just gathered our resources together and kind of refined our plan. We also confirmed a final location on the map of where we wanted this port to be. And by the end of the day, I'd officially sent up the first link of the teleporter. I just named it Port A because, well, I'm lazy. However, this was only the first part of the teleporter network because we needed another teleporter at, the port itself. So I set the teleporter for Fort Shirk, and I left for Fort Shirk on day 90. By day 91, we'd officially arrived at the designated location for the port that we were going to build. So the first thing I did was I set up a teleporter, built some walls, and when all the guys came through and they kind of started building their own stuff, I figured, you know what? I'm going to let them handle the building on this one. So I went back to the teleporter, and the main thing I wanted to do was upgrade my bow. So I spent basically the entire day getting the materials required to upgrade my bow many times, because it was actually pretty easy. It was just core wood, fine wood, and some deer hide, all of which were really easy to get and I had access to. So I spent a majority of this day getting this bow from level 2 to level 4, which was great, and it was definitely going to come in handy later, but honestly kind of a strange time to do that, but hey, whatever, past me, you do you, I guess. Also, another thing I should probably mention, Bacon was weirdly absent from this whole process. I don't know what Bacon was doing this whole time. I think he was just screwing around. I know he didn't have his stuff back. He was using spare, items he had. So I don't know what his situation was, but yeah, he was just kind of missing. I don't really know what he was doing. But by the time the day was over, I had a level 4 bow, and our camp was basically complete. It had everything we need. It had beds, it had a campfire, it had somewhat fortified walls, doors, basically everything you need for a good camp. So that was that. Day 92, our plan was ready. We built the boat, we got in the boat, we sailed to the structure, and when we got there, we realized that no, this is not anything special. This is literally just a spawner. So I had made everyone gather everything together, build this port, and it was all for a stupid spawner. I mean, there was still a rune there, so we figured it would have some important information on it if we could just get up to it and read it, but we were all still really disappointed regardless. However, when we got closer to the structure to get a better look at it, yeah, let's just say things went real south really quick. Bacon, for whatever reason, decided to jump out of the boat like a moron, and he died basically immediately because, yeah, I don't know what he thought was going to happen there. However, Human's demise was a little more unfortunate. He was on the boat, and he got shot with an arrow. Yeah, that kind of sucked. And I was not looking too hot either, because for whatever reason, I decided to eat my food 10 seconds out from when we were going to start fighting, which yeah, that fact was gonna nearly get me killed here. However, fortunately, Brian was still alive, and I was still alive, and Brian had a vague idea of how to operate the ship somehow, so we just got the heck out of there. It took us a little, finesse, but we got out eventually. But, yeah, Bacon and Human had none of their items, so that was kind of unfortunate. When me and Brian got back, we repaired our ship, and we said that, you know what, Brian, you stay behind because you still have your items, we don't want you to lose them. Bacon didn't have any items regardless, so we left him behind as well because he wasn't going to be much help, and it was just me and Human. So we went back out, and let's just say our little misadventure was interesting. At first, things were pretty rough. Our ship was getting attacked constantly, and there was this one elite Drog that I just couldn't hit because he kept going under a boat. However, thanks to Human's naval maneuvering, I was actually able to start getting some damage in, and right as I started getting them really low, we were starting to win the battle, 2 Wraiths just appeared out of nowhere and just started slapping at us. Human died pretty much instantly when these Wraiths showed up, and then the Wraiths destroyed the boat, dropping me practically in the middle of the lake. And fortunately, I was able to swim in close enough to shallow water. However, it wasn't meant to be, and I died very shortly after. So after we all respawned, let's just say we were all very salty. Let's just say. When we recouped on day 93, we made a plan. The plan was actually pretty simple. It was just build a raft, not like a formal ship like we had before, just a raft. Place it down, sail with the stuff, pick up the stuff, turn around, and go home. And we once again left Brian behind because we didn't want him to lose his items. And Bacon, well, there was not really a point in bringing Bacon at that point, and Bacon was apparently didn't really care much about his stuff because, well, it was technically just his spare stuff. His real stuff was still being guarded by dragons, so that was pretty good. But anyway, after me and Human set sail, we got there with pretty much no difficulties. However, when we actually arrived, let's just say we were immediately harassed by mobs, and we crashed into the beach. We both had to jump ship. Human was cut down basically immediately, and by some miracle, I was able to avoid all the mobs, grab my items, and just run out of the swamp full speed by some miracle. I don't know how I didn't die here, but I was lucky, and I'll take it, because luck is not something I get very often in this game. So I was happy to take it. After leaving the swamp and looping all the way around back to the port, I went home, and we spent the rest of the day essentially just kind of screwing around, recovering, and trying to figure out what the heck our next move was. So, yeah. Day 94, at least initially, I was hoping that day 94 was just going to be a chill day for me. However, seeing that Human and Bacon didn't have their stuff, and they effectively just guilt-tripped me into, coming with them to get their items back, because I did kind of get them into this mess to begin with. So, they guilt-tripped me into coming along, which I probably deserved. I went with, and the plan was pretty simple. It was just, I escort them, fight off the mobs for them while they grab their items. Simple as that. However, I had a weapon up my sleeve. Well, at least I thought it was a weapon. This was kind of embarrassing. So, the night before, I had actually made poison resistance. However, it was unfermented poison resistance. So, it didn't work, which I didn't know at the time. So, what ended up happening was I brought this poison soup that was effectively useless. I walked all the way over there and I realized, and I tried using it. I was like, why is this not working? Is it maybe what's going on here? So I waited a solid 5 minutes for one of my food slots to clear because I'm like, maybe you need to have this as a food, so maybe you have to have room in your stomach to eat it or something. So I waited 5 minutes and nothing happened. And after that, I decided to use my eyes and the thing behind said eyes, and I realized, oh, you need a fermenter to make this work. Why didn't I just read it to begin with? Seriously, why didn't I just read that from the start? I made this thing on, I want to say it was right towards the tail end of day 93. And I was so excited about it, but I just didn't bother reading the description or any of the directions. Good job. You killed it. After that utterly failed, I went home. It just straight up went home. I can't remember why I went home. I think I wanted to go to store the poison soup. Then I came back, and by the time I got back, Bacon apparently just got his stuff. He was tired of waiting, and he decided, you know what, let's send it. And then he got his items back. No help required. Same can be said for Human, though, although Human didn't really seem to care all that much. I mean, he cared, but not as much as Bacon did, so he just told me, like, it's fine, I'll probably take care of this later, and we just kind of begrudgingly went our own ways, so I don't really know what to say about that. So, yeah, let's move on to day 95. Day 95. So, first thing that happened on day 95 was I decided, you know what? I need a fermenter immediately because I have this poison soup that I can't do anything with. So, made a fermenter. Wasn't actually too difficult. If I remember correctly, all it was just 30 fine wood and some bronze. I had to find wood. I didn't have the bronze, though, so I had to borrow some from Bacon. I put air quotes from borrowed. He was totally fine with it. Yep, 100%. After I ended up building the thing, I put the poison soup in there, and after that, I didn't really know what to do with the fermenter, to be honest. I figured I'd probably just give it a day to, ferment, I guess. I don't really know how fermenters work, so, But I decided to leave it alone for a little while. I'm like, maybe it'll just spit something out later. I have no idea. Kind of like a furnace. But after that whole shit was done, Human came over, and a bit of context here. Both Human and Bacon were getting kind of angry about my whole ward situation because they were getting real sick and tired of, being locked out of my house 24/7 when they just wanted to go use the teleporter or, grab wood out of my chest or something. So, Human figured out how to whitelist people, which was pretty cool, and Human whitelisted himself. Bacon ended up whitelisting himself later, and Brian remains blacklisted because, he's Brian. Why would I want that man in my house? Anyway, after that whole bit was settled, I went out and I wanted to go for copper hunting because, of course, I needed copper. Why do I not need copper? Yep, that's fun. Fortunately, however, I knew where a copper vein was. There was still a copper vein marked on the map that Bacon had pinged forever ago, and I decided, you know what? I need copper. I have some upgraded gear now. I have an upgraded bow. Maybe if I encounter a troll, I won't die immediately. That's a good thought. It's a happy thought. Went out, found the copper. At first, it was actually going pretty well, all things considered. It was chilling. I'm mining copper, getting a good amount of copper pretty quick. And, who would have thought a troll showed up? However, the unexpected happened. I fought the troll, and I won. Now, that never happens. It was a long fight, though. It was also a really annoying fight because it basically consisted of me shooting him with bows and arrows until he, keeled over and died. But a victory is a victory. I'll take it. All right, the troll died. I beat a troll for once in my life. So that was great news on my end. So after the troll was dead, I got my copper. I went home, and I went to go smelt said copper. However, I made a really tragic discovery. Yeah, it turns out the reason why I had no copper was because I had copper. It was just in the furnace, unsmelted. I'm an utter idiot. I'm gonna let the clip speak for itself on this one. Just a second. There's no way. Hold up.
Oh my! Hey, there's 22 tin. There's 1 bronze, 1 full copper, and about 7 tin ore in the middle.
Oh, I'm such an idiot. Whatever. At least I have more bronze now. I'm a complete moron. I had copper in there the whole time, and I just had no idea. I mean, to be fair, I had more copper than I needed, so hey, I'll take it. Honestly, that's a great problem to have, so moving on to day 96. Day 96. So, start of day 96 was actually pretty chill. I wasn't really doing all that much. All I was doing was just smelting the copper from the previous night, and you probably are reasonably asking why I want more copper. Well, it's because I want more bronze, and you probably are asking why I want more bronze. I mean, I have a bronze helmet, a bronze chestplate, bronze leggings, bronze torches, bronze axe, bronze mace, bronze toilet paper, barring that last one. You get it. I have a lot of bronze, so you're probably wondering why I need more. So, pretty simple answer. I want to make a shield. Now, this kind of came out of nowhere, to be honest. I was kind of just scrolling through crafting, and I saw the fact that I could make a bronze shield. It takes 10 bronze, which at first kind of made me, die on the inside. However, I realized that, hey, if this is 10 bronze, it's probably pretty good, so, I want it. And I had the copper to make it. However, I didn't have the tin to make it, and you need tin and copper to make bronze. I didn't have any. However, Bacon had a lot. I think Bacon had 40, 30 of which was smelted. So I borrowed some from Bacon. I asked permission from Human. Unshielded.
Do you think he'll give a shit?
I don't really know.
Would you give a shit if it was one of your favorite items, but your buddy needed it for a shield?
Well, if I had a lot of it and I
say
wasn't
give
using
him
it
your
for
last
anything,
shield.
I'd probably groan and give it up. Anyway, after I aggressively borrowed the tin, I made bronze, I made that shield, and kind of just thought about testing it out. Also, in the meantime, while I was making the shield, Bacon was out, like, hoarding all the money he could, including going into my house and taking some of my money items. He wanted to buy a hat with super strength. Yeah, remember that, like, merchant guy we encountered a little while ago and how there was a hat in there for, like, 900 gold? Yeah, that hat gives you super strength, which basically just means that it increases your inventory space by, like, I want to say it was about 150 space, which is pretty, that's like a good solid, that's a solid, like, 15 extra ore right there, which that's very significant, and that will come in handy later. However, if you wonder what Bacon's doing, that's what he's doing. He's just hoarding all the money. So he was literally just gathering, like, my money, his money, and humans' money all together, and he was buying this hat. So that's what Bacon was doing this whole time. While Bacon was, getting all the money together to make this hat that gave him super strength, I was kind of just testing out the shield a little bit. And honestly, I mean, all things considered, I still need to get a little better with it because, well, I actually ended up dying while using it. Although, to be fair, that's more of my own incompetence than the shield being bad. Yeah, I kind of played myself on that one, but all you need to know is I tested out the bronze shield. I liked what I saw. It was basically just, I sit there, they hit it, they get stunned, I hit them, they get critted, and they die really fast, which was very good to know. I honestly didn't really understand how the crit system even worked up to this point. However, yeah, no, apparently if you stun something and then you hit them again with a light attack, you do a whole lot more damage, which would have been really good to know earlier, but at least I know that now, so that's something at least. Also, turns out Human figured out how the fermenter worked. Yeah, it turns out you need to bring a cup, or just a mug, or whatever you want to call it. He brought a mug over, and he just poured himself some stew. Pretty much is what happened. Put it in a cup, and then drank it, and then bam, he had poison resistance for, I want to say it was like 10-15 minutes. And he gave me the cup. I looked at it, tried the same thing, and yeah, apparently you need a cup in order to make poison resistance. So, the more you know, I guess. Now I figured out how that works, and luckily, turns out you make 5 at a time, which was really nice because that recipe is really expensive. But no, you make 5 at once, so it makes it a little more worth it. So, that was pretty cool. After we were done, fermenting, Human wanted to try out the shield because I think he saw me trying out a shield, and he was just curious. So I gave him I let him have my old wooden tower shield, and he tried to use it, and he failed pretty miserably. He died shortly after, but he had fun, kind of. Yeah, let's move on to day 97, shall we? Day 97. So day 97 was a pretty important day and crucial day in all the wrong ways. So first thing, major thing that happened on day 97 was Brian wasn't there. Now, fun fact about Brian, he can only play on weekends because he's a busy man. So, first weekend we tried to get him on, he was inconsiderate enough to have his birthday, so we couldn't play that weekend. And the next time we tried getting him on, he was just straight up unavailable, so couldn't play with him that weekend either. And after a while, we kind of just got sick of waiting, and we asked him, like, "Can we finish this?" He's like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead, finish it." So that's exactly what we ended up doing. Now, you're probably also asking yourself, hey, it's day 97, aren't you supposed to be, doing something epic for the final 100 days? And the answer to that question is yes. We did have a plan. While we were in no position to fight a boss, nor did we even know where to find said boss, we were, however, in a position to fight the Abomination. Now, remember that thing in the swamp that scared the ever-living daylights out of me and just bodied a troll like it was no problem? Yeah, we wanted to kill one of those things because we figured A, it's challenging, and B, it probably dropped something pretty interesting. So that was our goal. We wanted to kill one of those things. And the plan was pretty simple. It was just use the merchant teleporter, go there, go to the little outpost we made in the meadows right next to the swamp, set our spawn point, and make some fire arrows, upgrade our equipment, yada yada yada, and we'd be ready to fight this thing. Small problem though, a human screwed us all over. Yeah, the merchant teleporter that I worked so hard to set up, yeah, human got it destroyed by a troll. Because, yeah, that was rough. So that was no longer an option. The teleporter was completely trashed. So our only way to get back to the swamp was to go all the way from the port teleporter and loop all the way around to the swamp, which, yeah, that was going to take a while. And we really, really, really didn't want to do that. However, we really didn't have a choice in the matter. However, before I set out on this incredibly annoying quest, First things first, I had to grind some basic resources. In particular, I had to grind food because my food situation had been looking kind of dicey. And by the end of the day, this was actually the first time I ended up crafting boar jerky. I crafted some Queen's Jam, and I can't remember what the third food item was, but I remember it was something that gave me a lot of health. So most of day 97 was a lot of prep. Honestly, it was basically entirely prep. And Human ended up destroying our easiest route to this boss. So Human just made this 10 times harder than it needed to be, but that's just the way it is sometimes. So let's move on to day 98. Day 98 was supposed to just be another prep day. However, the universe had other plans, let's just say. Yeah, I got invaded by trolls for the umpteenth time, so yeah, I got a wall caved in, and then I had to, bait the trolls around. However, thankfully, Bacon was there, so Bacon took some of the aggro off me. He took 2 of the trolls, I took 1 of the trolls, and I was doing pretty well in my fight. I almost ended up killing this troll, however, I ran out of arrows, and then went in for the melee, and that ended about as well as you'd expect, so I died. However, fortunately, by the time I respawned, I think the troll I aggro despawned, and Bacon ended up killing one of the trolls that was chasing him, and the third troll, well, let's just say the third troll was in a bit of a predicament, so turns out, Human's little trench that he'd built, yeah, it was actually capable of trapping a troll, and we mocked the troll, as any reasonable person would do, and I tried to parkour over the troll, as any reasonable person would do, and I forgot to press A mid-jump. That was embarrassing. Moving on, after I got my stuff, and I was pretty much set to go. I had crafted all the arrows I needed, I had my shield, I have everything repaired, I was pretty much set. I went to Port A because, like I said, the merchant portal was completely destroyed thanks to humans, so I had to go over there, and the plan was pretty simple. We had 2 major objectives. The first one was to get the merchant teleporter back up and running, and the second one, which was kind of like a less priority but still important, get Human's original stuff back that was in the swamp. Now, there's 2 ways we could do this. We could either go across the water, which would be a lot safer and quicker, and I don't know why we didn't just do that the first time, but instead we went with option 2, and that's looping around the entire swamp, fighting enemies as they come, and that whole shtick. Yeah, we tried to option A, it ended poorly, partially because my bronze buckler failed absolutely miserably at doing its job. Seriously, I blocked it, and it still did 30 damage to me. Like, clean through the shield did nothing. I don't know whether I was just using it wrong, or whether my shield level was too low, but the bronze buckler did absolutely nothing. From what I was told, it's because you need a ton of stamina in order for the shield to work. I have no clue if that's actually how that works, but that's what Bacon told me, and I don't know whether it's true or not. I'm sure I'll figure that out later, but after plan A failed and we had to retreat from the swamp, we tried plan B, and that was going across the ocean, and, things were going pretty smoothly at first. Yeah, and then we were attacked by a sea serpent. Because of course I can't have a nice thing in this world. I'd like to point out that we hadn't even seen a sea serpent up to this point. We had no idea these things even existed. We were literally just in a tiny crappy raft, minding our own business, and then we got attacked by a giant, stupid serpent. Oh my god! The worst part was I actually ended up almost killing this thing. However, the driver of the boat, Human, ended up dying on me, which, to be fair, he had no gear, no food, so that was kind of a given. Once he died, I jumped ship, and by some miracle, I was able to survive, although I was being harassed by not only the sea serpent, but also a ghost, because of course I was. Why wouldn't I be getting harassed by a ghost? That's just, typical me. After I managed to escape the ghost, I went back to our little port, and I teleported home for the night, because I was fed up, and I tried to think of a better plan. Day 99. So, day 99, I had a better idea. Now, getting Human stuff was completely off the table. It just wasn't going to happen. There was no way we were going to get in the swamp, especially given the luck we were having as of late. So I decided, okay, you know what, Human? Just use all the spare troll gear I have. That's probably fine. Just go do that. So I let Human basically just use all of my troll hide, all of the gear I had gathered, all my old stuff, essentially. And by the end of it, he had full troll gear, a pretty respectable weapon. I gave him my bronze axe. And it turns out he taught me something new that I didn't know about. Yeah, it turns out my armor set, yeah, apparently I can still equip a cape. I thought a cape was exclusive to like the leather set or the troll hide set. No, you can wear it on any kind of armor. I don't know why I didn't wear a cape up to this point. It literally doesn't do me any harm, and it just gives me more defense. And it looks cool, so... Yeah, I learned you can put on a cape with different armor. It's day 99, and I just figured this out. Oh, boy, this is good. Anyway, after all that, there was one more thing I need to do before I head out. I ended up handing everyone a poison-resistant potion, because if we were going to fight in the swamp, and if we were going to go through the swamp to set up a teleporter, we were going to need poison resistance. So, I ended up giving everyone one poison resistance, and seeing that Human had terrible luck with going through the swamp, and he also wasn't very good at it, I decided, okay, me and Bacon will go through the swamp separately. I first sent Bacon out, just to see if he could just do it on his own. However, he decided to get lunch.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my stuff. Lunch.
In the middle of the expedition. I don't know what he was thinking. He just randomly decided to get lunch, so it was on me now. So I went through the teleporter, and after a pretty dicey journey, and after I popped the poison resistance, I was able to get to the merchant portal. And yeah, there was a troll there, and the portal was completely trashed. So I was just thankful that the portal wasn't operational and Human just renamed it or something stupid. No, the portal was completely destroyed. I was able to find all the pieces though. I picked it up, ran with the portal pieces, and I set it up in like the little meadows we had settled. I wouldn't say settled, but we built a little like hut there with beds and crafting benches and such. I set it up there, and that was that. We basically had a direct route to the swamp right to our base. And well, let's just say things actually went pretty smoothly from there, to be honest. Everyone went through, and we basically just kind of sought a battle plan. This was also around the time where we actually saw the enemy we'd be fighting, and the abomination, yeah, it was still there, and it was plenty angry, so we were pretty much ready to go, and with all that being said, let's get into day 100. Here we are, day 100. This is it. This is everything I got. After probably a 4-hour video, this is going to be the last day of the entire series. Wow, this is weird. Just sitting here recording this, man, this is something, I'll say that. Anyway, day 100, we had everything ready. We had our arrows, we had our food items, we had everything we needed. Human was geared, Bacon was geared, I was geared. We had everything we could possibly need. And we went out, we went to go fight the boss, and it was so epic. No, it was incredibly boring. I'm going to be honest here. Yeah, I was expecting some grand epic fight. It turns out the abomination had a bad case of the stupid, and he just didn't really move. The fight literally was just us shooting him with fire arrows, and then he didn't move. He just sat there and took it. It took a while. It took a long while to kill him. But no, this thing didn't even, like, it didn't give me a show at all. I was really hoping this thing would give me a real fight. No, it was just like, duh? It didn't do anything. It just sat there and ate fire arrows for a solid 5 minutes. I'm gonna be honest here, I really wish I had more to report here. Believe me, I'd love a grand epic finale, but no, seriously, this was incredibly anticlimactic. This was not what I wanted at all. But it was done, and when it was finally dead, it ended up dropping something rather interesting. It ended up dropping, it was like ancient root or something, and you can make some really good armor with it. It was basically the equivalent of troll hide, except obviously it was a lot better, and you know, it drops from abominations. So that was really interesting. If you guys want 200 days, that stuff's probably going to come in, probably going to be pretty important later. But anyway, after we got this root, we were like, well, crap, we still have like a solid, like, 15 minutes left to do whatever it is we want. So, you know, we decided to just kind of screw around. There wasn't really a whole lot to say here. We talked, we screwed around, and this is also around the time where I made the thumbnail, which that was something. And I believe that's it. That's all I got. Believe me, I was really hoping for some grand finale here, but that's it. That's all you got. That's the 100 days. Although I will admit, I do have some closing remarks from the guys, so I'll play the clip of that.
Better than Human.
I love this stuff.
Hey.
I love how I'm gonna keep that there. That's staying
just leave
right
it.
there. I'm staying that right there. Oh god, why is there a shaman in here? Why? Who invited this man into my house?
He's here for the party. He's been here all serious.
Yeah, this is Brian, guys. This is Brian.
Oh, I love this.
Brian confirmed.
Brian confirmed. That's his face reveal. Good job, human.
Well, I'm coming
What's
back to the house.
101?
This
The
goblin
other
really
thing
wants to go
is
through the
you.
teleporter. He's really thinking
wants-
about it.
You sure he did?
Push him through.
I already tried.
He's in it.
It doesn't work. I put him out of his misery.
Make it work.
All right. Well, once it's say 101, I'm
Close
gonna
the
stop
gulch?
recording.
Alright.
So what's
I got this. Remember, kids, don't ever play with human. He makes everything a pain in the ass. And Brian's a retired old man. Bitch left mid-series.
not even mid-series, at the end of the series. Typical.
It's not
Brian.
even the end of the series, but end of this part of the
End of
series.
the 100 100. And if you guys want more, I mean, I'm not gonna make
Yeah, you guys better want more, because we didn't win.
No, we did not.
I'm
win.
just gonna say my presidential promise is that we will claim all of the territorial waters of Valheim.
Okay, so this is the thing, Spitfire. I say next 200 days we cast away human into the ocean and he can't leave the ocean for the next 100 days.
I'll be perfectly fine with that.
Okay, alright, that's a deal. That's a deal. First of all, you lost hobo rights, alright? Human's a terrible hobo.
Yeah,
He's
part of
pretty
you was
good.
Wait, I can't think of a better way to end the series.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Beautiful.
There we go.
All right. Well, any last,
Um,
any more final things you want to say? No, thanks, but not the final. Human. You broke it.
Okay,
Make
let's
sure
all-
you
let's all
subscribe to Bacon.
Yeah!
There's
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
no reason why he has less subscribes than me. That should not be a thing.
There's a lot of reasons. Don't subscribe to me, you'll die.
I have like double the amount he has. That should not be a thing.
I will find you and I will kill you.
I'm going to eat your carrot.
Or I will find your mother.
Okay, I
And we
think
will
we're
go
done
on a
here.
nice
All
dinner.
right, we're done here. All right, closing remarks over.
No, we're not. No, I'm not done with closing remarks.
What? What do you want to say, huh?
We're not done with you yet, Spitfire.
I
love
literally,
all
my
the
mouse is
viewers.
over the stop recording button.
All the
one
viewers
reason.
are great. We all love you.
Okay. The reason to not stop recording is because we all love you. We wish you a Merry Christmas.
Okay,
Peace,
maybe not.
peace in
maybe-
New York.
Alright, we're done here. We're done here. And one last thing before you go. First of all, I want to thank you for getting this far, because I'm going to agree with you. If you actually managed to sit through 4 hours of this, bravo. Well done, first of all, because, man, those first 30 days were rough. Oh boy. Man, I do not, looking back on that footage now, oh my god, I really could have done better. But, thank you for getting here. Enough neglecting on my past. Thank you a lot. It's seriously, I really appreciate you getting this far. And if you want to see if you want to see 200 days, let me know. Comment down below. Do whatever it is you do. If this video gets a ton of support, I'll happily do it. This was a ton of fun to make. Even if I complained and gripe a lot, still had a ton of fun. So, yeah. With that all being said, if you guys did enjoy this, please hit the like button, subscribe, do as do, and stay strong and stay clear. Peace out, everybody.